This is going swimmingly.
This is going so well. Okay, hello everyone. This is DM Samuel, and you are about to witness the most fantastic session of DnDeBrief ever. I don't actually know if that's true, but let's just go with it. Fake it till you make it, right?
No pressure.
No pressure, no pressure. I am here with my awesome players who I will have introduce themselves, and we'll start with Karu so that then she can turn off her video and eat her. I delayed so long and tried to get this thing going so long that now it's time for her to eat.
So. Now I have food. Hi guys, my name's Karu. I am playing Marcel Petit Diab the gender fluid Latrinian storm sorcerer, who really hopes he can create a storm in the middle of hell.
Last thing they'd expect.
And David.
My name is David. I play Axley Tillingquest, Halfling Bard.
And Nina.
Oh, I'm Nina, and I'm playing Emma Nornestra, who is a human Tempest Cleric.
And last but not least, Matt.
Hello, I'm Matt. I'm playing Konos Lendaf, the CL Warlock.
Okay. So, recap. Do you know what you did last session?
We're in hell.
Last session didn't happen, right? It's fine. We're all fine. We didn't just make we didn't sign any contracts. It's fine. Everything is fine. We're all gonna die.
And if we did sign contracts, they certainly weren't multi-layered and extremely convoluted ones.
We read the fine print.
Yeah. Karu, can you check the audio on the stream for me? Just to make sure.
Yeah. I had the stream open.
Yeah.
And then I closed.
Of course you did. Because it's that kind of a day.
All right, I am listening.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
And David, say something.
Yeah, hello. How am I coming across?
And Matt?
Hello. Sam, you do sound a little soft.
Do I? Okay. And Nina, you want to say something?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, everyone's fine.
Cool.
Okay. Let me up mine just a little bit. How about now, Matt? Does that sound good? Part of it's my distance from my microphone, probably. Oh, is that the clock puzzle?
Yes.
It looks cool.
Like
Yeah.
it.
Everyone has the same levels now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, finished it the other day. It's so cool.
What
That
is
is really cool.
It's really
It is a perpetual calendar. And that's the cat checking it out. He just dropped
Earl,
it off of
very
its stand, so I was checking it out.
Earl's always good for a nice investigation roll.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He just got startled when I was like, get off my food, and toppled it off the stand.
Nice. So who
It
wants
is
to do the recap?
Oh man. So we had just returned to Calport and we ran to the library to check in on things there, the spire room and everything in the book. Saw that the spire room, the book was still burning and the part of the blue cover is showing, but like the skin cover is still like burning away.
Mhm.
And the soul spire, the red flow from the dark plateau to the red plateau is greatly reduced. I think that's what happened. And the white plateau was a lot more gray. So we gathered some information there, and then we head down to the reaches where the book protecting the Infernal Gate is. I think we checked in with Makodum too at some point. And then we made a deal with the devil. That was really fun. My
Just like that.
poor cleric probably resisted for a good like hour and a half, and finally like
Yeah. You made a valiant fight.
yes, but some information from Axley completely took me and Emran off guard and changed our minds a little bit. So yeah, basically we made a deal that with Burnameth retrieve the Burnameth.
Arnemeth Olrenesk is the devil that they were dealing with.
Yes. We were supposed to retrieve the sword Solgrimud is crafting, called the Arc of Sorrow. And the forge is powered by a demon, and in return, we get to move all of the water from, not all of the water, most of the water that flowed into the common plateau back to the blue plateau. I think that's most of it.
I think the only thing you missed was Sam finally found a way to actually make me take damage this whole campaign.
Getting jabbed by random
Yep,
devils.
yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
that's me too, yeah.
Yep. Because every single
as I
time we've had battle, I'm like, okay, I'm going to stand way back here.
So as I recall, the task we have to accomplish is there's a sword being made at the forge that is not finished yet, right?
Mhm.
And for some reason, progress on the sword has halted, and the devil wants the sword to be finished.
No, it has not halted. There is a person making the sword, still making it. It is almost done. This is what he told you. It's almost done. You have great timing because as soon as it's finished, which is imminent, he wants you to take it. It's being made for someone else.
So it's a theft. Okay.
Well, it is a heist job. You are procuring it for him.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and he did not tell you who it was being made for. He said he didn't care who is, doesn't matter who it's been made for. Because that
Which means it's going to be someone who hits us in the butt.
he just said it shouldn't matter to you. What matters to you is what the contract says and whether or not you fulfill the contract. And so the contract says, if the group obtains the Arc of Sorrow from Solgrimud, And they can do so with the benefit of having resistance to fire that the devil will give you, that Arnemeth will give you. He will do something to make you resistant to fire. Okay, if you retrieve the Ark of Sorrow from Solgrimud, he will allow you to utilize 2 infernal gates to siphon water from the common plateau through the red plateau, 1 gate coming into the red plateau, 1 gate leaving the red plateau, to go back into the blue plateau in the amount of the level that matches the level of water on the common plateau just before the flood occurred. Right? He will do that when you provide the command phrase, which is turn back the flood, antediluvian. Okay? Which sounds like a great chorus of a song. I want to make a great song now.
The hit single.
Right. And Axley had written into the contract that Voss, the person who led you through the maze to get to Arnemeth, Voss will suffer any benefit or consequence of the contract. Voss also, therefore, had to sign the contract. You all signed the contract by placing your bloody thumbprint onto it, and the blood was your own. If you fail at your task, Arnemeth gets the Rod of Tadius, and you don't get to use the gates. However, your souls will not be forfeit to the devils, so that's a win, I suppose.
Even though they tried to sneak that in there. Multiple iterations.
So, that
Clerical error, don't mind that.
Yes, right. Once it's signed, there's no such thing as clerical error.
Yeah.
So that's the current situation, right? You're still basically standing in front of Arnemeth, and you have now all pressed your thumb into the contract. Voss left the room after being given the gift of flight from Konos in a mistaken attempt to try to reward him for all of the harassment that he obviously gets from his devilish boss. That backfired a little bit because having a relative mortal being provide a service to Voss was not necessarily the gift that it was meant to be. So, intentions matter, but Voss is not happy with any of you right now at this point. I don't know who he lost. Oh. So it was Matt. Here he comes back. So that unintentional slight occurred, but before that, Axley was giving Voss such a hard time. But the reason that Axley was giving Voss such a hard time was that Voss led you through a very dangerous maze, and all the while, some bone devils and I can't remember what else was in there. Several different types of devils were hidden behind walls of darkness and poking out their weapons, and they all seemed to attack Marcel. So Marcel was damaged during the trip through the maze. So it was a pretty harrowing day for you, and you haven't even gotten to the Demon Forge to retrieve the sword yet.
Nope.
So
I don't even know if we know where it is.
Well, so
I'm sure by transport.
yeah, so Arnemeth said he'll just open a gate right in the wall that will put you into the Demon Forge.
Question is, how do we get back?
Yeah, I mean, presumably the gate will remain, because he wants the sword, so he's not going to strand you there, right?
Yeah.
Presumably. I mean, technically speaking, you did not write that into the contract. In fact, you did not write into the contract that he would be required to provide you a way out of the Red Plateau.
It's fine, I got something.
Works.
I'm just saying, right? So, you know,
All of us have things at
I
this
feel
point. We need
Contract
to.
is not well.
so the question is now what?
Are we doing this like right now? Is he expecting us to go in like ASAP because this thing is going to be ready in like an hour, 24 hours?
Well,
like,
so
what are we talking about?
that's another thing that's not written into the contract. In fact, you could just say, "Hey, we don't feel like doing it right now." It's not. It doesn't say in there you have to go right now to do this.
The implication is this is
Because if it's not finished, right, we don't know the time frame, how long it's going to take for it to be done, right? We don't want to show up and have to wait a week.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the implication is this is the best opportunity to get it, because if it goes to whoever is receiving it, then that's a whole new story.
right.
It's going to be a problem.
So the idea, I think, is what he was trying to imply to you is that the person that's forging the weapon, the Arc of Sorrow, is not able to refuse to give it to you, right? Like it's their magnum opus. This is what he said. They just want to finish their magnum opus, right? They just want to finish their magnum opus. They don't care if you steal it once it's done. They just want to finish their So, who knows who this person is? It might be a devil. It might be somebody that was contracted to make this, and when they're done, they get freed or something, right? Like they might not care what happens to it once it's done. That was the implication that he sort of, he just said he said Solgrimed doesn't care. They just want to finish their magnum opus. But once it's done, right, if it goes to the person it's being made for, then Arnemeth isn't going to have as easy a time getting it, presumably. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to ask you to get it. He would just go get it himself, right? So,
Maybe
yeah. So the idea
we
was...
can be deceptive.
Huh? Say that again?
I was just asking if we thought we could be deceptive and be like, hey, we're here to pick up blah, blah, blah for person, and just be like, and just take it and run.
I mean, you don't know who it's being made for.
I have no idea.
That's kind of my thought is, we go in, I can try to use mass suggestion and say, hey, we are here on behalf, we're here to take delivery of the sword and take it to its recipient. May we have it, please? And then when that doesn't work, I start Eldritch blasting things, basically.
What's the
It also took 4
what's
points
the
of
save
damage
on
from
mass
making
suggestion?
Wisdom. You want the type or the number?
Oh, just the type. I'm just looking at what's in there.
Oh boy.
I'm just seeing how likely it is.
Probably not very likely. Wisdom save, but if things cannot be charmed, they are immune to it.
If they can't be charmed, they're immune to it.
Right.
Huh. That's an interesting... Hadn't thought of that. I need to know whether they are immune to it or not, so might as well just look it up right now as you're all still discussing what you're going to do.
I'll paste the spell text in our Discord.
I mean, I could look at... I'm more looking at the creatures to see if they...
So plan A would be go in there, mass suggestion. We're here to pick up the sword for the person it was intended to.
Mm.
When that fails, we start Eldritch blasting. If that fails, we free the Bulgura.
You mean the Baylor?
Yes, the Baylor.
I feel like we progressed from plan A to plan B to plan G.
Very
like
quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an option. I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm just thinking a creature that can power a forge by itself probably is better off left where it is and not being set free.
But if the opportunity presents itself.
I mean, if it's like a desperate situation and
Yeah,
the
I mean, it
opportunity
won't.
presents itself.
I wouldn't say under no circumstances, but it's probably not going to be the first or the second thing I go for.
I mean, we can also go with the cover story, right? If this is the magnum opus of this forger, we could go in as admirers, right? We could say we're coming for advice on, a dark sword that we came across and wanted to know if they could shed some light on it. And then we've also heard tales of this incredible forger's skills and a new sword they're working on. We could appeal to their ego.
We might be onto something.
Yeah, that probably is that's probably a good way to start.
Yeah, I also have enhance ability, so I can make someone very persuasive or deceptive, depending on what we're doing. But yeah, because we can also maybe glean some information about the sword that is following us.
Yeah, maybe.
Two birds, one stone.
We know its name, right? Didn't we? Its name?
I'm just going to point two things out. One, I hope you didn't mention the sword while we're still in the presence of Mr. I Want It All. Two, do you really want to tell another demon about this demonic sword that we have in the first place?
To know one, right?
Yeah, again, we don't even really know if this person is like a demon or a devil or just like a contracted individual. Like they might not have an alliance with a negative person, so as long as they're a neutral party, again, it's probably something that we gauge when we get there. And I feel like we're having this conversation while in our heads, like we have been.
Because you have such a nice DM, you mean?
I mean, technically, my telepathy isn't that strong.
Oh. Oh.
If I ever learn telepathic bond, that's another story. But
whispering.
Handwritten notes, those work well.
I mean, you can ask for a
preparation chamber.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You can, right? But you've already signed the contract, so you're going to have to give him something else if you want something.
That's true.
Any more cupcakes?
We're giving him a better chance of success if he helps us out by enabling our preparation.
You're not wrong.
I think we're pushing our luck there. I mean, honestly, I think the best thing we can do is just go in with what ideas we have and see what happens, because plans are only going to last us about 5 seconds, maybe 6.
Yeah.
So it's really not really worth figuring shit out ahead of time because there's too many things we don't know.
Yeah, we kind of need to go there to know what we're facing anyway, right? What's the lay of the land? What's the circumstance?
Yeah, so I would suggest we just go. I'm 20 points down, by the way. HP
14 down.
So the only thing I would suggest is maybe trying to get a short rest in for maybe the couple cupcakes before we go to roll some hit die.
So you want a non-scryable room for 2 hours?
Is that how long we need for a short rest?
Well, then you can also have a conversation about whatever. And
Yeah.
if you say exactly 1 hour and he shaves 10 seconds off of either side, right?
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
You can also cast.
We could do that.
Well, I could during a short rest, I can play Song of Rest, which would give you an extra 1d10 hit points back.
Yeah. Sure. We'll Marcel will offer him a cupcake in exchange for a room where we could make sure no one pries into the plans we're doing to retrieve his sword and rest up and prepare for 2 hours. 4 cupcakes.
1 for each of you to be in the room together.
All right. Deal.
He reaches out his hand, and as he reaches it out to you, it grows in size until you could set all 4 cupcakes on the palm. And also it's red, and it has very sharp black nails. But the rest of his body still looks basically human.
Do we need to get this written down? Or
Of course not.
Okay.
Don't you
sure.
trust me?
No.
I shouldn't. I put the 4 cupcakes down.
You have learned something. Excellent for you. He moves his hand toward his face. Now his hand is, you could see as he moves it towards his face how much bigger it is than his head right now. So his head does that weird thing where it kind of peels back and becomes this really giant mouth, and he just dumps the cupcakes in.
Yeah.
And then the head closes again. And then he snaps his fingers, and you are in a room completely devoid of anything. It is, you can't even hardly see the boundaries. It's completely red with fire flame all around it. And it's just the walls are made of flame. The floor looks like it's made of flame. It's cold to the touch, but everything looks like it's, you're like in the middle of a flame box that's about 10 by 10.
Can't wait to spend an hour in here.
2 hours. My skin's already drying out. Gonna need to moisturize when we get back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's your plan then?
Some hit die.
Yeah. Do a rest, and
And then
is
Yeah,
Marcel
we'll
the
take
only
a-
one that needs hit points back?
No.
A little bit, but
I think we all took a bit of damage at least.
The only reason I took damage is because that contract hurt a lot, actually.
It's not every day a holy person with a good alignment signs a contract with the devil.
Yep.
These prayers brought to you by Earl. Yeah, so we'll rest. I mean, given that we're taking our time, it's probably going to be that we don't have to wait, where it'll be either finished or
Yeah.
about to be, hopefully, considering he already said it was close. I think we go in and tell them that we're there for the sword to deliver it to its intended owner, and that's technically not a lie from our point of view.
yeah, we're there to deliver it to the person who's asking for it.
Yeah.
That is 100% truthful.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And then when that goes to shit, we just, open fire.
So then I started blasting, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, backup plan if things look like it's going south. Freeing a demon who's been held prisoner by a bunch of devils will probably provide us cover to get the fuck out of there.
So how does spending hit dice work? For Song of Rest, we can opt to spend hit dice, it says.
Yeah, so when you take a short
each
rest, you can spend as many hit dice as you want, and you roll them and add your con modifier, and you heal that many hit points. You keep track of how many that you spend. Song of Rest lets you, what's the text say? Does it let you do an extra
It lets you get an additional D10 for each hit die you
for
spend.
each one that you, yeah, so for each hit die that anybody rolls, they'll get their extra 1d10 plus their con mod. And you can roll one before you choose whether you want to spend another one. And then you keep track of how many you've used.
Okay.
Where's the roll or hit die on D&D Beyond?
You have to go up to short rest.
I don't think they track that.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. So if you click on short rest, it shows you
How many there are. Okay.
So, how many hit points does Marcel have? Assuming
total.
Assuming you heal up all the way, how many?
76.
Imran?
75.
Konos?
87.
And Axley?
86.
Okay.
Do I have the lowest? The one that's always in the front.
Yeah, I mean, you could go back and audit it. Are you, for every level, are you giving yourself your Constitution bonus?
Just probably roll really crappy.
Yeah, D&D Beyond automatically adds con. It just asks you for your rolls, so should be fine. So you said it was 1d10 per hit die spent?
Yeah,
it's
so
pretty powerful.
So I guess you roll your hit die, right? What is your hit die? Is it a D8?
D6.
D6. So yeah, so you roll your D6, you get your con modifier, and then you roll additional D10 on top of that.
So that's a 2
Cool.
and a 4, so that's an extra 6.
And then you can keep going if you need more.
I might as well. I'm only 4 short, but I think I'm going to use another hit die. Hey, look, I rolled a 4.
I need 20 hits back.
Oh no, I was 2 hit points down.
It's only 1 extra. It's not an extra per hit dice. It says, if you or any friendly creatures who can hear your performance regain hit points at the end of the short rest by spending 1 or more hit dice, each of these creatures regains an extra 1d6 hit points.
Oh, it's not per.
It's not per one that they spent. It's just an extra 1d6. Okay. I was going to say, because it's a second level class feature, so
okay,
it's not that.
That's fine.
Powerful,
with
but it's still 6 hit points. So
with a 3d6 plus your 1d10, I'm back up to full hit points.
Yeah.
Actually, exactly, since you retcon the second roll.
Everybody else back up to full?
Yeah. It only took 3 hit dice.
Okay, do you have your plan set?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's as simple as we're gonna get, and I don't think it's worth complicating it more than that. We're not going to be able to cover all variables to begin with, so keep it simple.
We kind of learned last time. The more we try to plan and cover for, the deeper of a hole we put ourselves in, essentially.
Yeah.
One question: do we know of this forge we're being sent to? Do we know if this is somewhere else in the Nine Hells, or is it on the Red Plateau, or if it's somewhere completely different?
He called it the Demon Forge, so that's all.
We're assuming, yeah.
And you asked for resistance to fire, and he didn't say you wouldn't need it. I mean, he kind of did, but that was him being a prick, right? Not a. He meant it as, how come you need that, you puny mortals? Not as a, oh, it's not hot there. So
I mean, it's a forge. Even if it was on the material plane, it would be hot.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. True. Very true.
Okay, yeah. I think we have the plan, and all we have to do is see how long the plan lasts. So we take a short rest. Hopefully we don't die, guys. If we do, it was nice knowing you.
This is enough time we can change attunement on things if we need to.
Oh, can we?
I don't know if I have anything.
I don't think that Imran gets to change her prepared spells on a short rest.
I'm talking about magic items you have attuned.
Magic items.
Attunement. I have the Greater Ring of the Blue Plateau that I unattuned from when we went there. However, if I can reattune to it, an hour. I don't know if it takes an hour or more.
Yeah, so you could.
Can I do that?
Sure. So I also just put the Owlbear rodeo link into the Discord.
Full charges on it too. All right, I feel better. Right.
Everybody ready?
I think I'm ready.
Okay, so after 2 hours, precisely at the moment that 2 hours is over, you suddenly find yourself teleported back to Arnemeth's throne room, audience hall, throne room, whatever. And he is sitting there looking quite bored. He says, "Are you ready yet?"
Yep, all ready. Let's go get that sword.
Very well. He points over at the wall, which was stone. Well, actually, that's not true. It was living flesh. Remember, all of this whole thing was made of flesh. And as he points at it...
I think we just mind blanked.
Yeah, you mind blanked that. As he points at it, a little tear starts in it, and it starts to widen out, and a swirling red mist forms in the middle of it, and it eventually turns into a more like a pulsating heavy fluid, like a lava kind of thing, and it swirls around until it hits a diameter of about 10 feet. So there's this huge 10-foot circular red moving portal thing in front of you. And he says, "That will take you to the Demon Forge. Good luck.
Thanks.
Step back through when you have the sword."
Do we get resistance?
It's there already as soon as you signed the contract.
Okay, perfect.
That's actually why the room was so nice and toasty instead of terribly hot. All right, let's go. I'm not going first. Someone else go.
What, you're hesitant to step into the unknown through a giant flesh portal? I don't understand. What's holding you back.
So I'm gonna.
All right.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll go first, considering I kind of pushed us into this.
Okay, so if you are looking at the Owlbear rodeo, hopefully, and that's now on the screen for our viewers here. If you are looking at the image there, you see that I put little tokens down for you. They're not really meaningful. It's just, I just picked whatever picture, right? What you see immediately in front of you is a sort of roughly rectangular shaped room. It has an outcropping on the other side of the room directly across from you. But in between you and that outcropping has a forge in it, and there is a humanoid-shaped individual over there apparently working at the forge. You can't see the entire forge because these two squares that are on here, let me see if I can... this right here, that I just put an X on. These two things right here are these enormous pillars that go all the way from floor to ceiling. These two right here are also enormous pillars. Okay, so there are two enormous pillars in front of the forge itself. You see this humanoid right here, this individual right here, denoted by this token. That is the person working at the forge. Okay, you see several anvils around the room. There are 3 on this image. You see a couple of tables, 2 or 3 tables, very large tables. Directly in the middle of the room, between you and the person working at the forge, is an enormous creature that has a tusked and horned face, enormous wings, and horns coming out of the side of their head, and it looks like their skin is a deep burnished red, and it looks like they're actually sort of on fire. There's fire on the surface of the skin. They are in a pit, so they're not standing up blocking your entire way, but they're in a pit, and only the top quarter, maybe a third of their body is above the floor level of the pit. Their wings are tied down. They have 2 big, enormous wings. They are tied down, and their arms are being held by chains, enormous, large chains that are holding it. This you recognize as the Baylor. It is trapped in this pit. Only, as I said, a third, maybe a quarter of its body is above the floor level. So it's not blocking your entire vision, but it is very obviously right in the middle of the room. The floor here has cracks in it where you see fire shooting up from underneath. And these 2 skulls here on the image, one in each of the northern left and right corners, those are actually very large chain devils. You recognize those as well. And a chain devil has a humanoid form and looks like a person with a head wrapped in chains, and they're not really wearing what you would call clothing. Instead, they have chains wrapped around them. And it's pretty obvious they're using these chains for various different uses, to grab things, to hit things, as clothing, as, for whatever they can. It's almost like the chains are an extension of their body. Okay. These 4...
Fashion statement.
Say that again?
Fashion statement.
Fashion statement.
Very metal.
Yeah, these four piles. There's a pile sort of in the middle north, in the middle south, east and west, here on this image. These are piles of metal offal. They're offal piles, not awful like AWFUL, like oh that's horrible, but awful like OFFAL. They're the slag heaps, right, from different forge activities. So it's the off-cast metal pieces and chain pieces and whatnot. So there's just it's this pile of junk that has been produced through the waste products of this forge over time. Okay, so there's a lot of things in this room right now that are happening. Also, you notice that climbing around and on top of these 4 big slag piles are these very strange creatures. You haven't really seen anything. They're very small. They're probably 1 to 2 feet tall. They're different heights. They're not all exactly the same height. And they are humanoid shaped, and they have sharp, spiny barbs all over their body. But there's not just 1 or 2 of them. They're small, half a foot, 1 foot, 1.5, 2 foot creatures. and they all sort of stick to each other and form a larger humanoid shape. So let me just tell you in game mechanical terms, it is a swarm of barbed devils. Okay.
Cool.
So it's these very small, sort of weird, you see when they move, they almost, like one of them will separate from the pile, from the form, and run along, and the rest of them follow until they've all melded back together again, and then they form this sort of more humanoid shape. It's a very odd. On this picture, it's just showing like this weird boar head thing. They're not boars. They're these weird, small, humanoid, spiny creatures that almost, they act like burrs. When they get near each other, they kind of stick together. And now you've sort of been teleported to the very beginning of this room. So the question is, what are you going to do?
Oh, can we see the chains that are binding the Baylor? Are those coming from the chain devils?
No, they're coming from the bottom of the pit. And the thing is so trapped in there, it can hardly move. It's just sort of raging there, stuck in it. You can see it's trying to pull its arms free, but there are manacles around its wrists, and the chains go down below where you can't see. They all the chains that are attached to its wings and its arms, they all look like they are attached to something in the bottom of the pit. You can't really see the bottom of the pit, though, so that's just an assumption you're making. And it makes sense so that they can't, like, spread their wings and move their arms a great deal.
Okay.
Have all these creatures noticed our arrival here?
They will in about 2 seconds. I'm kind of giving everybody a chance to figure out what you want to do, if you want to move around, or I just kind of threw you on the map. You should be able to move any of those tokens, any of your own tokens that you want.
Can we see, what does the person at the forge look like?
You can't see. They're blocked enough by the Baylor that you all you can tell is it's a humanoid, and they're moving around and they're working on something.
Cast Eagle Splendor on Blacksley, so you have advantage on charisma checks.
Oh, charisma.
Okay. Do the talking. I kind of shove him forward.
Forge Master, we have arrived.
Now everybody notices you. Every single thing in this room turns.
That's such a bad idea.
And suddenly quiets down, right? And because it's quiet, you can actually hear the large flowing river of magma that is under this place, that is giving rise to the flames that are coming up through the floor. You can actually hear it moving, and when the flames, as it moves through, when some bubbles pop and when the flames shoot up, you actually hear the flames shoot up, and you hear the magma sort of roiling and bubbling, and you notice that when those sounds happen, you can't really still see the forge. You can only see the pillars, but the light from the forge kind of undulates back and forth as the magma is flowing. So you're getting the idea that this forge is full of magma, and there's a magma river flowing at least below you, possibly elsewhere. And now every creature in this place is looking at you, with the exception of whoever is at the forge. They still have not turned to look at you. They are just hammering on something with an enormous maul-like hammer, and you see sparks. Ting, ting. So.
Okay, I guess I'll move forward towards the forge.
Okay. And then what? Like, you're just gonna step forward, like, are you gonna run? What are you doing?
No, just confidently.
The Baylor is sort of froze when you said something and is now looking at you.
And the Baylor, it's a demon, right?
Yes, the Baylor is a demon. The other things in this room, other than whoever's making the item, all the other things are devils. The Baylor is trapped.
Well, it's doing, I think, what it's there to do. So I'll just confidently stride forward and walk around the side of it towards the forge.
Okay, how close do you get?
Not too comfortably close. I don't want to be bitten at or,
I mean, it's
get too close to it.
It's basically set up so that you're gonna have to get.
I mean, it looks
close to it, right?
Yeah. It looks like. Is there a way to? Can I move my? Yeah. Okay. Like, I have to go around one way or the other. This looks like the biggest avenue, right? So I'll just go through over here.
Sure. That's right. But when you come over to this forge, right, you're gonna end up being here, right? So that's kind of why I was asking you, or do you want to take this northern route to the left, or do you want to try to go this way?
What is this thing that's at the corner here? It looks like a wheel. What is?
Yeah, this is it's just like a rack of tools for forging stuff.
Okay, so it looks like I'll go that way so I can move around the outside of that rack of tools.
Okay.
The right side.
That takes you next to that slag heap, which has a swarm of those spiny creatures on it.
Okay. Well, as long as I don't have to get too close, if I can hug close to the tools, still stay a little distance away.
I mean, you're going to end up getting within 5 feet of something, right?
Sure. I mean, I'm trying to portray confidence, so if these things are going to attack us, they're going to attack us. So I might as well just act like I'm nonplussed by that freaky ass thing.
Okay, so when you get to about right here, what's everybody else doing?
I'm following really close behind Axley with my holy symbol very visible.
Oh, that's bold.
Is it? I thought it would just like deter them. Maybe not. A bad idea.
I mean,
provoke a lot.
I mean, you know,
we were sent by a devil to grab a sword. Also, I'm a cleric. That makes no sense.
I mean, it's fine. I don't really need to know why we're here. I don't really need to know why I'm here.
So you're proudly showing your symbol of Goros.
I'm having second thoughts now. But I said it, so sure.
Okay. So when Axley gets to here, well, so unfortunately I have to move you all back because
okay.
Well, I guess you would, if you went around all this way, you would go over here. When you get to around here, the Baylor puts its head back and roars and yanks one of its arms free and starts with the chain end that's so that it pulled its arm free, but the manacle with the chain attached is still on its arm. So as it rails around, it's swinging the chain around. And
so it snaps the chain?
It snapped the chain from the bottom, and now the chain it's using as a whip, and it's slinging it around. So I need a dexterity save from the three of you.
No.
With a DC of 15.
Yikes.
18.
Oh, 19.
Yikes. 8. Be a 12. My bonus.
Blacksley takes 17 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh,
And
ouch.
Ow.
and 8 fire damage. You have
Oh,
resistance,
boy.
so that 8 is cut in half
Yeah.
to 4.
Okay. Ouch.
The normal thing that happened?
So are you going to try to talk to the person at the forge?
Yes, I'm gonna do my best to shrug off the hit and hide any pain, and say, "Oh, your unruly pet needs some lessons in behavior. This isn't the way to welcome any visitors to your magnificent forge.
That's how you're going to
Forge
start out,
Smith,
really?
you there?"
Oh,
The person turns and they look like, you know how Blacksley has that sort of grayish, weird kind of patina? They look kind of like that. They have the body of an elf, but their skin is very kind of grayish. Not gray dark like a drow elf, just kind of weird grayish, like kind of like the patina you saw in people when you were on the Dark Plateau. But the person has the form of an elf, and they're hammering away. And as you move over closer and you say that, they turn to you and they say, "How dare you interrupt my work? Can't you see I'm busy?"
Ah, a person from the Dark Plateau. Wonderful. I was expecting more of this realm's inhabitants. I'm good to see a more refined individual. No, I'm glad to see we're not too late hearing the strikes of your hammer. We're here to witness history in the making.
What history?
The incredible new artifact you're finishing.
Why are you here to watch me finish this artifact? It's not for you.
No, it's not for us. No, but we're here on behest of the person who has requested such a magnificent item. We're here to witness its birth. It's a historic event. Glad we're not too late. There was a holdup with a dragon and a cart full of cabbages.
It was supposed to be a secret. How did you find out about this?
Well, it's not a secret to the one who it's for.
Who?
We just accept the job. It's especially a job of this import. We don't ask questions.
You want to roll a deception check?
Let's see, is it deception or persuasion? Deception?
Deception. That was a lie.
Okay. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, so I have a +7 naturally, and then what do I get for the spell?
Oh, advantage.
Nothing. Is it for
It's
saves or for checks?
Checks, yeah.
Okay, then yeah.
All right, first roll is a 13 plus 7 is a 20, and the next roll is a 2 plus 7. Obviously not as good. So a 20.
Okay. They say, "Well, step back and get out of my way. I'm trying to finish this as fast as possible. I'm on a deadline here."
Oh, surely we wouldn't want to hold you up.
And
We
then
don't
you
want to
notice
interfere with your glorious work.
they see out of the corner of their eye the chains whipping around.
Yeah.
And they go, "Oh no, not again. Did you let the Baelor out? Why would you set him free
no.
again?
No, he let himself out.
Tie him back down.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna look at the other devils around. He's like, "You heard the man. Move it."
Do you want to roll me a persuasion check for that?
Sure.
Oh my god.
19.
Nice.
So the two chain devils make their way over to the Baylor and start futzing with it, trying to get it to calm down. What are the rest of you doing?
Stay out of the way.
Yeah.
That swinging chain.
Really? Is Marcel still, like, at the very...
Yeah, I'm just
Like,
watching
where we
from back
can-
here.
Okay.
Everything's good.
Okay.
Got a good view of everything that's happening. It's okay.
I'm gonna
Got
watch
your
and see
back.
how they secure the chain to get an idea of how the thing is actually like anchored.
They are having a hard time. They are trying to wrap their chains around its arm, and it is, fighting back, and it's pummeling one of them. It is not a pretty sight. It's not looking good.
I can do a thing. Do you think that would make a good idea and, like, give us some favor? I can try it. I don't know if it'll work.
What could you do?
Dominate monster.
For the
Because the
Baylor?
ring... Yeah.
You could try.
You can try. It's a wisdom save. C16. Expends a lot of my ring. But... It's an 8th level.
It's a what?
It's an 8th level spell.
Mm-hmm. What's the save?
Wisdom, DC 16.
Nope. Baylor has a +9 on their wisdom saving throw, just so you know.
Holy... Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. So
Good to know.
it was worth a try. I could have rolled
think-
low.
Okay.
How heavy does the chain it's swinging around look?
I mean, it was heavy enough to hold a strength 26 creature for a while.
Okay, so more than 1,000 pounds?
Probably.
Okay.
What are you thinking of?
I was thinking use telekinesis and use that to sort of grab the chain and either tie it to something or maybe even choke it out with it. But
I don't think we want to kill it because it's the thing that's
no,
powering
I'm not
forward.
kill it. I mean, oh no, it says that the object you can't target an object that's being worn or carried. So I don't know if that.
Yeah.
I mean, he is wearing it.
Yeah, it would count as being worn because it's a manacle.
Okay.
But he is pissed off.
Oh, I got
I
nothing.
imagine he is.
I'm going to cast a quick Cure Wounds at 2nd level on Axley, just while we're, like, not doing something.
Okay. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh. Actually, you get 14 points back, maybe? A Constitution saving throw? Oh, that's a 6.
Actually, you do get the hit points. Imran,
So you get 14.
10 psychic damage.
14 points.
Oh,
Ouch.
God. Oh, no. What? hurt. Not sure why, but I don't do well in this environment. I have no idea why.
Can't imagine.
Can't
Hell?
imagine
Yeah,
why.
it's kinda-
Oh, for a cleric. Perfect.
Yeah.
At
The
least it's not the summer. I hear it's worse in the summer.
Sure.
the the forger is getting upset because the Baylor moving around is disrupting their forge energy, apparently, or something like that. That's what they're yelling stuff. And the forger turns to Axley and says, "This is your fault. You interrupted this process. You need to fix it."
Oh.
All right, I guess we got to figure out a way to get that chain in place. Is the chain actually broken, or is there like a clasp that came loose?
Impossible to tell. All you can see is there's a manacle around its wrist, and it's swinging around the chain that's still attached to the manacle. It's using it as a weapon. You know, usually a Baylor has like a fire whip. They're now using the chain as a whip.
Awesome.
Okay, I think I'm gonna try a suggestion spell.
Okay. On the Baylor?
On the Baylor. I'm gonna tell the Baylor, I'm a friend of yours, you trust me, and you'll relax and let me resecure this chain.
What's the save on that?
Let's see. Wisdom saving throw.
And what's the DC?
Can I do anything to affect DC with my? It's 17. It's my spell save DC.
No, there's nothing you can do to affect it. He passed. It looks at you, and its eyes shine brighter, and it tries to lash out. And I'm assuming 21 hits your armor class.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is going terribly.
Can I use cutting words as is it cutting words as a reaction? To get it to re-roll its attack.
Sure.
Okay.
20.
All right, that still hits.
You take 10 damage. Plus 5 fire damage. That's with the reduction already.
Oh my god.
What are the chain devils doing?
They are
Like
trying to grab the chain and basically manhandle it so that they could hold it and then attach the chain. They are not very effective at this.
Okay.
Can I try to grab it as it hits me?
Oh.
You can try. I'm not sure it's a great idea.
We gotta get it somehow.
I mean, I can also enhance the. I don't know how they're going to react to this, but I can cast enhance ability on the 2 chain devils and give them advantage on strength checks.
Okay.
I don't know how they're going to react to a cleric giving them strength, but we can try.
I'd be more worried about the repercussions of helping devils.
Yeah,
I
but they can resist too, right? Like if they don't know it's helpful.
I don't know. That's literally the only other thing I have.
Is there a save? Does that have a save?
doesn't.
So basically, so they can't resist if you designate them allies, then they don't
Okay.
save, so to speak. So then it just works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Imran, roll me a d20.
Oh boy.
You're being the chain devils right now, trying to grab the chain.
16.
Okay, so they
I cast.
they have a hold of the chain now.
I cast it at a level. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Yes.
And now they're basically being kind of pulled from side to side as the Baylor is still trying to sweep his arm back and forth.
Okay, I'm gonna do something
I'm
possibly stupid. If you want to do something a bit less stupid, that's fine.
I was just going to try to help the chain devils, like physically assist them.
Okay,
I've got a strength
cool.
of 21 with these, this is the belt. So yeah, I'll just try to
Oh.
physically assist however I can.
Okay.
The only
Roll me a strength check for Konos.
10.
Okay. What's Marcel doing?
I'm gonna run up and jump onto the Beller.
What?
He said it was a stupid
Well,
idea. And then I'm gonna cast Shocking Grasp
Okay.
to stun it. Long enough for them to, manhandle him.
Okay.
Assuming Shocking Grasp hits.
So roll me an acrobatics check.
Great, sure, yeah, that makes sense. 11.
Okay. I mean, it's big and it's being held, so you actually jump on it.
Okay,
And then
cool.
what
I mean,
is
I
your
just have to get in melee range because it's touch.
Well, now you're sitting on its neck, so
Oh my
Great.
god.
That's
you
just where I want to be.
grab its horns. It is mad though, and it's shaking its head. It's like
That's
trying
fine.
to shake you off.
I just need to touch it.
So what's your shocking grasp gonna do?
It's gonna roll a natural 1.
No.
Oh, god damn, you're going terribly.
Oh god. Okay. That was a natural 1 on the Shocking Grasp. So that doesn't hit.
Right.
So you all see Marcel run from where the gate had been open and do a very graceful acrobatic leap
Sure.
onto the head of the Baylor and grab onto its horns. And now it's swinging its head around very, very forcefully, trying to throw Marcel off of the horns, off of its head. And Marcel's trying to grab on, and the reason Marcel's spell didn't work is because they're busy trying to grab on and study themselves and cast the spell, and it just wasn't possible because the Baylor is shaking their head way too much. So I think we need to roll initiative now, because now we need to track who's doing what
Turns.
and when.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, let's not use
Oh my
that
God.
dice again.
17.
Okay.
Almost got a 17. Axley?
I got
13.
Axley got a 13.
13 for me.
12 for me.
Marcel got a 12. Imran?
16.
16 for an Imran. And I rolled a 2. So all the other creatures are going on a 2.
Cool.
Except the Baylor, who goes on 20.
Oh, crap.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense.
And he is whipping the chain around, and he can attempt to hit all of you except Marcel. And he can also attempt with the chain devils on that side. So I'm going to roll a 4-sided die. 1 is Axley, 2 is Konos, 3 is Imran, and 4 is the Baylor. 4. I mean the chain devil. Yeah. So 4. So you all get to watch as the DM has a Baylor fight the chain devil.
I don't have a problem with that.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous. I love D&D.
Okay. Okay. It is now Konos' turn. Konos, you just saw the Baylor that has an otter on its head use a chain to crash into a chain devil. The chain devil is trying to trap the chain that the Baylor's using with its own chain, and it's not been successful yet, and you can tell it's getting pummeled.
Okay. Can I cast Black Tentacles and have it appear just in the is in a ring? You said this thing is basically in a well, so can I have it appear on the sides of the well and try to just grab onto it and restrain it that way?
Yeah, it's actually in a pit. So
a pit. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
So basically 2/3 of its body is below the floor level. So how does what are you casting? Black Tentacles?
Black Tentacles, yeah. It says tentacles fill a 20-foot square on the ground you can see within range. So I guess maybe kind of framing the edge of the pit, or framing around the pit it's on.
Mm-hmm.
They turn the ground into difficult terrain. When the creature enters the area for the first time on its turn or starts its turn there, it must make a dexterity save or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage and be restrained.
So it would be like this size?
Yeah.
Okay. So that green area is now all tentacles. And so what is the effect there? What do they have to do?
Right now, nothing happens. When they start their turn in that space, they have to make a dexterity save, or they take 3d6 bludgeoning damage, and they're restrained until the spell ends.
Okay.
But then if it is restrained, it can use an action on its turn to make either a strength or dexterity check to try to free itself.
Okay. So that is now affecting both Chain Devils and the Baylor. I mean, on their turn, it will begin to. Not Marcel, because Marcel is on the head of the Baylor, but if you jump off of it, you're going to have to jump far enough away that you clear the distance, right?
Oh, don't worry.
Imran?
Can I still see Baylor, or is it just tentacles?
You can see the Baylor. Basically, the tentacles have grown out of the ground.
Oh, okay.
And they're black tentacles, like if it was a black octopus, but they're studded with these shimmering, opalescent, iridescent colored little pieces like coral.
Interesting. Okay. I got nothing. I think I'm just gonna have to do destructive wave.
Okay. Which does what?
Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, which is gonna be rough. Or take 5d6 thunder damage and 5d6 radiant damage, or be knocked prone. Creature that succeeds takes half and isn't knocked prone.
Okay. So you want it to affect which creatures?
Just the Baylor.
Just the Baylor, not the Chain
Yes.
Devils.
Correct.
Okay, what's the con save?
16.
It passed. Does it take
Yeah.
half damage?
Takes half damage. Oh boy. 10, 11, 14 reduced to 7 thunder damage, and 11, 13, 15, 19 reduced to 9 radiant damage.
Okay.
Unfortunately, is not knocked prone. And that's all I got.
When you hit it with the radiant damage, it looks at you.
Oh.
You hear in your mind, "Free me."
Excuse me, no.
Axley.
Okay. Let's see here. I am going to cast Major Image. And I want the Baylor to think that all of the chains are connected and it's restrained properly.
Okay. Major Image. Is there a save?
Yes, it is an intelligence save.
So the problem is that physical interaction with it shows that it is an illusion. But
that's its normal state, that it's restrained by it, right? So
well, but the illusion is
that's not like a
yeah.
foreign...
So the thing is, though, it's whipping the chain around by its own motion.
Yeah.
So it's physically interacting with the chain. But we'll see if it works for one level. What was the save? What's your save DC?
It says it's an...
I rolled a 1.
Intelligence. Let's see.
So what's your DC?
That's my DC is 17.
Okay, it actually failed the save. It failed to save. Holy crap. I rolled a 1.
Okay.
That's pretty much what I needed to roll.
That's good.
For it to fail.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you doing anything else to your turn?
I don't think I can.
Okay. Marcel, it's going to be your turn,
That's
but as the Baylor settles down and its arm seems to be... You see its arm sort of be yanked down as if it's being rechained. Marcel, you hear in your head, "Free me and I will let you live."
Oh boy.
Marcel, it's your turn.
So he's basically restrained again, right?
But not for long.
Well, everyone else can see the chain is still there and just dangling free, right? The chain.
Well, he put his
can see
arm
that
down
too.
because to him it's now stuck. So you can't actually see the end of the chain. So if the chain devils can get down there and connect it, it's possible it might actually allow them to reattach it, and then he will actually be restrained non-illusion wise.
Okay.
Can I tell how the chains are connected?
If you look down, you can actually see that the chains look like they go into the molten. There's the Baylor standing on a platform that is made of some kind of black obsidian, and there's now that you're you can look down directly at its feet, you could see that the black stone that it's standing on has all sorts of glowing sigils on it. It's obviously been summoned and held there magically. I mean, there's no other reason for it to stay, right? Baylor's can teleport, so like there's something holding it. And it's probably on that stone where you can see all the arcane sigils. You can't see everything it says because its feet are in the way, but you could see that that's probably what's trapping it. And you see that from the four corners of the pit that it's in. It's almost a square pit. The four corners have a little square, probably 6 inches by 6 inches, and you could see molten lava in that square, and the chains go down. 2 of the chains are attached to its arms and 2 to its legs. So you can't see actually how the chain just looks like it goes down into the lava.
Okay. And the chain devils look like they're moving to, grab the
right. They're going to try to go down and somehow reattach. I mean,
okay.
They haven't really done much in the past 6 seconds, but yeah, that's probably what they're going to do.
Okay. I'm going to stay where I am. I'm going to hold Shocking Grasp for if the Baylor moves again.
Okay.
To try and stop him with another Shocking Grasp. Okay. Hopefully now that he's not bucking, it won't roll a 1. While I'm doing this, in my mind, I'm going to think back. You let him finish the sword, and I'll break the chains.
Deal.
Oh no.
It stops moving all the way. It just quits even struggling. It's just now standing there.
You didn't say anything about the rest of us.
The chain devils kind of look at each other and at Marcel and at the Baylor, and then they go and they move to quickly do whatever they're. One of them kind of has to shimmy because the Baylor's so huge. It has to shimmy down the wall to try to get to where the chain, and you could see it down there, and it doesn't touch the black platform. It's kind of got itself wedged, and it's it had attached one of its own chains up at the top, and it's kind of doing you can't really tell what it's doing because it's blocking, but you definitely can tell it's not touching that bottom plate.
Okay. Yeah, I'll jump off the Baylor then.
Okay, I need another acrobatics check.
God. Okay, that's better. 19.
Okay. Where would you like to jump to?
I need to let the others know. I'm gonna jump towards Axley.
Okay. Closer to the forge or on the other side of the equipment stand?
I'll go towards between Axley and Emerin.
Okay. No problem. You don't have a problem doing that with your 19. Okay. The chain devils are busy trying to reattach. The Baylor is not doing anything because of the deal you just made. Konos.
Oh yeah, so my spell's still going, isn't it?
Yep.
So now the Baylor and the Devil, technically the Baylor and the Devils would have to save at the start of their turns, or they're restrained by this.
Oh, okay. So let me roll. What's the save DC?
Dexterity 17.
Okay.
As I jump down, I'm just gonna go, okay, it's charmed. It's no problem. I'm controlling it. Go ahead with the work.
One of the chain devils actually succeeded on the save, and the other one failed miserably. So, do they take damage?
Yeah, the one that failed takes. Oh wow, 17 bludgeoning.
Okay.
For the one that failed. And it's restrained. The other one is free to move about and takes no damage.
Okay. We'll say the one that made the save is the one doing the chain stuff down below.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I mean, even though I hear Marcel say, I've got it charmed, it's under control, I kind of want to keep the tentacles in place for the time being,
Okay.
just until I know the devil, the one that's down there, is finished. And then I will think about dropping that spell. I'm going to keep it for now.
Imran?
If I see Marcel jump down, and I'll just don't really have anything I can do. Already a sacred flame.
Okay.
In case anything approaches us or tries to attack us, but other than that, I think I'm just going to stay put and keep an eye on the situation.
Okay. Axley?
Okay, well, it looks like it's sufficiently restrained, so I'll say, Blacksmith, your forge is ready.
Roll a perception check for me.
Okay. 7 plus perception plus persuasion. 11 total.
Okay. You notice that the forge, now that Marcel has charmed the Baylor somehow, according to them anyway, the forge is actually really bright, and it's noticeably warmer, and the magma lava in it is even more fluidy. The blacksmith, the person you're calling the blacksmith, whose name is Solgrimud, says, perfect! This is the perfect temperature. Bring me one of the barbed things. Bring it here. It is time. And if you don't move, if you don't move immediately, it looks at Axley and says, "Bring it! I must use it."
One of the barbed creatures, the devils.
One of these ones here that looks like a boar on this picture. That, remember, it's the small, maybe half a foot to a foot to a foot and a half to two. Like they're the conglomerations of barbed creatures that are crawling around the slag pits. It wants you to bring it one of them.
Okay. I would prefer not to touch the thing. I think I'm going to try another suggestion spell.
How to grab prickly pear without getting prickly.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to try another suggestion spell to tell it to go to the forge and obey the blacksmith, Solgrimud.
Oh, on the barbed creature?
Yes.
What's the save DC?
17.
And what kind of save is it? A whiz?
It's wisdom, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to throw this die away because that's the second time it's rolled a 1. Bye-bye die.
No, don't throw it away. I like that die.
The DM can keep using that one. It's fine.
It gets a place of honor right there where the hammer can hit it.
In the dice jail.
So when you are you trying to influence these ones closest to you? Because there's 4 of them, right? There's 4 of these little swarmy things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you suggest to it that you want it to come and work in the forge, it stands up, and all of the different pieces of it form a big humanoid, and it kind of does this very odd, like, it's almost like trying to nod, but because it's this weird conglomeration of creatures, like, it has this very odd flowy kind of look to it, because if you imagine like 3 or 4 little creatures standing on top of each other's shoulders, and one of them is trying to like bow, but yet they all can't keep their balance very well. That's kind of what it looks like. So it's very weird. And then as it starts to move forward, all of them separate down into their smaller pieces, and they're sort of running along, and they're kind of still attached to each other, but they're kind of not exactly, and they sort of flow. And as they run, there's probably 15 or 20 of them that make up the whole entire creature. They run over Marcel, who happens to be standing in the way, and like some of them just crawl between Marcel's legs, and some of them just brush by the sides, and some of them crawl up Marcel's back and right down the front and go back over. And it is very gross feeling to have all of these barbs kind of move through your hair, and then sort of, and they're very warm, and then they crawl through, and they sort of do the same thing, but they kind of go around Axley because he commanded them to do something, basically. So they go to the blacksmith, Solgrimud, and Solgrimud grabs one of them and holds the sword down on the anvil, and then just shoves the thing into the end of the sword and kills it. And the other 10 or 15 of them that were making up that creature sort of lean back, and they let out a scream. And what I need from everyone is a DC 14 con save.
Oh no.
I got a 15 natural.
Oh, natural 20.
18.
So I have an 18 total.
What did Konos get? I missed that.
I said I got an 8.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so Konos is stunned. The rest of you passed, and when you look around, you see that the other sort of swarming creatures that were on these other slag pits over here, when they hear the screech or scream of the other one, they sort of freeze, and then they all kind of dive into the slag pits, almost like they're hiding, and you can't see them anymore. And the ones where the one was taken and killed, this group tries to run, and they try to go past these pillars, but of course they're entering the tentacle place. So what is the DC? They have to
17 dexterity.
Yeah, no, they don't make it. How much damage do they take?
14.
Okay,
Bludgeoning.
so the problem is there's about 9 of them, and they're going to act like 9 individuals, and as they run into the tentacles, their barbs kind of get stuck in the tentacles, and the tentacles grab on harder and end up ripping all 9 of those individuals apart. And this nasty green oozy ichor comes out as these creatures are ripped apart. The forger right now is working on the sword, took it over to the magma and stuck it in the magma and is holding it there at the moment.
What does the sword look like? Is it human-sized for wielding, or
It's
what's the
very
detail?
large, but it basically looks like a really nice long sword, but it's large. I mean, it's like double size. And Marcel, it is your turn.
Oh, we're still in turn order. I'm gonna move over beside Emran and Konos and whisper to them, we're gonna have to run once that sword is done. So get ready.
Okay.
I really hope we don't need to kill more swarms.
Noise.
Konos, it's your turn, but you are sorry. Stunned.
If I'm stunned at this point, I think my spell ends.
Can you keep concentration when stunned? Or does that break?
That is a good
So
question.
so stunned. It says D&D Beyond says if you're stunned, you're incapacitated, and I think if you're incapacitated, you can't keep concentration on spells.
An incapacitated creature cannot take actions, bonus actions, or reactions.
Concentration is neither of those. I missed it. Why is Kono stunned?
The scream.
Oh, the
The
scream.
scream
Okay.
that the creatures did when one
death
of
scream.
them got killed.
Okay.
That is an interesting question. Let's look at concentration. You don't use a bonus action to maintain concentration, right? So
No, it's just automatic.
Yeah.
Unless I either like take damage and fail a concentration check or something else happens that turns the spell off.
According to a quick Google search, concentration is broken by being incapacitated. That is actually one of the possible ways of breaking concentration.
Okay. Yeah, then that'll be gone then. So hearing this, Konos like tries to move, but just like is still just rattled, like kind of slips and falls on his butt at this point. Do I get it like this save at my end of my turn or something, or?
Let's see. That's a good question. Until the end of their next turn.
So no save.
So no save, but they'll. So yeah, you're basically stunned one round.
Okay. Okay.
So the so the tentacle area is gone then. Okay. Imran, it's your turn.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to drop enhance ability on the two devils.
Okay.
I'm just going to cast a quick sending spell over to Axley then. Just quickly be like, once the sword is finished, Marcel says we need to book it. He'll be ready to grab it and run.
Okay.
I do that like telepathically. You hear that in your mind?
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Axley.
Okay, so Solgrimud's quenching the sword in the magma.
He stuck it in the magma all the way down to the hilt.
Okay. Oh, I'll say to him, Solgrimud, you must tell me what your inspiration is for such a majestic weapon. You clearly have much experience. What inspired you?
I wasn't inspired. I was forced to do this, but it has become my masterpiece.
Well, even if forced, you must have pride in such splendid work.
He pulls.
It's magnificent.
He pulls the sword out, and you see that it is glowing red. And it looks like it's made of silver. It has a very nice shine on it. But other than that, it just looks like a sort of typical... It's a very large longsword, but it's sort of the typical longsword shape. The blade itself looks like it's been silvered, but it's glowing kind of red. The pommel has a leather cover on it where you would hold it, and there is a circular or oval-shaped black gem where the crosspiece hits where the blade is. But other than that, it doesn't look like... I mean, like, it's not, like, shining or having sparks coming off of it or anything like that. And the forger says, "It is finally done. I will be free!"
Who will free you?
What? What do you mean, who? You know who, don't you? It is...
Like I said, I don't ask questions when I'm hired for a job.
Glacia!
Are you from Darkport?
The Queen
I've
of
spent some-
Malbolge.
Does that mean anything to me? Have I heard?
Glacia?
I don't know. I don't know if it means anything to you. Glacia, Glasya.
Unless there's something in history that I might have heard.
You can
Studies.
roll a history check. Everyone can, actually.
I got a 19 natural, and I've got... What's my plus in history?
Oh, that's a nat one.
History. Plus 2, so 21.
So there are 9 standard layers of hell, and the 6th layer is Malbolge, and the ruler of the 6th layer is Glacia, who happens to be the daughter of Asmodeus, or Asmodeus,
great.
Oh, nice.
as you might call.
Oh.
And with that, we're going
It's always
to
good to betray some of the
take a break because I need to go get some water
heinous
because I keep
residents
choking.
of hell. Okay. We're not going to make any enemies in low places.
No,
Piss off a devil,
it's
you might
fine.
The lowest
piss
of
off
places.
The devil.
Hey, it looks like an ordinary sword. We just give her another sword.
One of those three is accurate.
And we're back. So, that's to the chagrin of Nina, because I think she's afraid for Imran right now.
I'm so afraid.
But we are now... Oh, I hate when my computer does this. Sometimes it decides not to show me my cursor. Okay, it's back now. Odd. Okay, so we are back. And the forge maker, Sulgrimud, has apparently finished the sword. So the question is, what are you going to do?
I'm going to ask him, you seem like you hail from Darkport. I've spent some time there, and you seem like one of the residents. Is that where you're from?
Of course not. No one likes to stay in that seedy, horrible port town.
So where do you hail? From whence do you hail?
I am from Letherna, the city of the Raven Queen. She is glorious. I mean...
Yes, we...
I mean... Here, are you taking this sword to Glacia?
Yep, we sure are. Let's go.
And then,
She's impatient.
Are you off to your homeland?
As soon as the sword is delivered to Glacia, I will be released.
Oh no! Man.
We will make sure to get it there post haste then.
God.
Want to roll me a
You had to
deception
ask
check?
questions.
We don't want you to have to stick around here longer than is necessary. 14, and then let's see.
Do we just bring him with
7,
us?
right? 21 total.
I think we should just bring him with us.
We can't rescue every stray.
Yeah. You
The
can
alternative
try.
is basically this person's gonna get, damned to
Gonna
hell.
get trashed by this Baylor.
I mean, if he survives the Baylor, his soul's probably forfeit to Glacia because the sword
It's
is
his own
not going
fault.
to be.
What's the first thing they teach you in customer service? Always check the customer's receipt.
Oh boy.
Nina, when this game's over, I encourage you to open up your monster manual and look up Baylor. It's in the devil section. Or
I'm
in the
very
it's in the
afraid.
demon section.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to survive the Baylor, assuming we actually free him. We didn't sign a contract, to be fair. First thing you learn here, you have to sign a contract. Good deal.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Well, what is he doing? Is he offering me the sword?
He thinks you're going to take it to Glacia.
Yeah. I mean, wait, is
Yep.
he handing it out to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Roll
I'll
me a
take it.
strength check.
Oh boy. That's right. It is a big sword, isn't it? I rolled an 11 natural.
Oh boy.
Where's my? Oh. For a minute.
You muted yourself, David.
Oh, sorry. I have an 11 natural roll.
When he holds out the sword and you go to take it, your hand just falls right to the ground with the sword. It's just so heavy. You can't lift it. And his eyebrows sort of narrow. And he says, "You're the messenger that's going to bring this sword?"
He's the messenger.
Am I able to act at this point?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, I'll Can I will attempt to go and pick the sword up.
Yep, give me a strength check, please.
Gee. 18.
Konos picks up the sword. Konos, roll me a Constitution save, please.
Oh no. $17.
Okay. Konos has it. It's really like odd shaped in your hand. It's not, because it's so huge, it's not really made for a person of your size. So it's really kind of unwieldy, but you can hold it with no problem.
Okay. I'm like, well, let's not keep Glacia waiting, and I will start walking back towards the portal, trying to keep as far away from the Baylor as possible.
Okay. What's everyone else doing?
I am moving towards the exit as well.
Yes.
As you move by the Baylor, Marcel, in your mind you hear, "Remember our deal."
Haven't forgotten. I wait for everyone else to get to the portal.
Imran.
Up, yeah, I'm following. I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing that can help this poor guy.
Axley.
I don't know what the plan is other than to run. So I'm heading for the exit.
Okay, the exit is there.
Messenger, let's not keep our eminence waiting.
Yeah.
Marcel,
I'm
are
heading
you-
for the
are-
exit like a shoplifter that's trying to act calm but knows that at any minute the security is about to swarm out of every dressing room.
Look natural. Look natural.
Yes.
Keep going. I'm gonna wait till everyone's at the portal and just gonna like motion for them to get past me, and then I'm gonna cast a spell.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Shatter
Okay.
on the Baylor.
I believe that's enough. Let me see.
It's 3d8 thunder. Any non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes damage if it's in the spell's area. I want to kind of get the chains. Or at least weaken them enough to let him do the rest, because apparently he doesn't have that many issues freeing himself.
I don't know if it's going to be the chains that are the problem, but about the sigils.
I mean, if he gets off the platform, it should be fine. The big question is going to be, are the chains magical? Because then Shatter's going to do shit off.
Oh,
He also has to
boy.
make a con saving throw because he's definitely taking the damage too.
Roll me the damage.
Okay. Let me find the 8s. All right, 2's enough. Oh, okay. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll them. I'm gonna use Empowered Spell because I rolled a 1, a 1, and a 2.
Oh.
Oh my god, what is with these dice? Okay, that's slightly better. 9 total damage.
What's the save?
It's an save is a 16 con save, so he shouldn't fail that. He does still take half damage, but that's 4 thunder damage.
Here's a nice little point. So one of the chains snaps, and you see one of these pillars get a big crack going right in the center of it. And I'm assuming you are going through the portal. As you go through the portal, you see the Baylor lift up both arms. And then you're standing in Artemith's room.
Well, I hope that worked out back there.
Yeah.
I don't want to find out personally. I'm sure whatever happens, it wasn't pretty.
Hey, look, at least we made a not enemy out of the Baylor.
Artemith is kind of looking at you and says, you don't look very worn out.
Speak for yourself. This is kind of heavy.
He says, yes, and he holds his hand out.
I walk towards him with the sword.
You notice his hand is the big sort of reddish hand with the claws again.
And with this act of handing you the sword, we will fulfill our contract in full, correct?
Of course.
Well, our side of the contract, at least.
I hand him the sword.
He takes it, and he puts his hand around it, and he says, this is excellent. Excellent. Now I can challenge her. Very good. You have done a great deed for the 6th level today. This will go down in history as one of the great triumphs of the Blood War. Excellent. Where do you want to be let out?
The library.
Back where we entered is fine, yes.
Very well. And he sort of waves his hand. And another portal shows up on the back wall. And it's kind of this doorway that looks like if you walk through it, you're going to be walking into a library with lots of bookshelves.
Okay. Well, good luck. We leave?
I don't need luck now that I have the Ark of Sorrow. As you leave, you see him start to take his non-human form, which is very similar actually to the Baylor, except much more refined. He has a more human face, and he has 2-pronged horns that come out and go up. And he has wings that are sort of less scaly, more leathery, and almost more kind of refined in a way. Less animal-like, kind of. It's kind of odd to say that, but he has the bottom half of a body almost like a satyr, so it's like the bottom half of his body is like a goat kind of thing. Anyway, so that's what you see right before you step. As soon as you step through the portal, there's just a wall behind you. You find yourself in the room with the pedestal with the key book.
Well, I sure hope I sure hope when it comes time for us to put into action the deal we made with our code phrase, I hope it all goes according to plan.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't wait too terribly long, because if he's about to start a war, he may not be around to fulfill it very long.
Yeah, that's
Right, yeah.
The contract's only as good as the guy who's going to fulfill it is alive.
Point.
We survived. We survived. That's a big win. Yeah, let's get moving.
Yeah.
So what do we need to do to be ready to enact the transfer of water movement back to the Blue Plateau?
We need to tell as many people as possible what's going to happen. I'm assuming there's going to be little disruption to those on land, but those in the water is a different issue, especially since anyone who is near wherever the portal opens may get suctioned into the Blue Plateau.
And where do we put the portal? Because we need to put it somewhere low, right? It's got to be almost at the
I don't
very
think
low
we
point.
told him where to put it besides like somewhere non-disruptive. We didn't really specify because we didn't really know where,
I
but
didn't know. Yeah.
basically
Yeah,
somewhere
we just
low
said it.
below water.
I mean, it definitely has to
Yeah.
be somewhere low enough that it can transfer the proper amount of water back.
Yeah,
You don't get
I mean-
to decide where the portals are.
No.
yeah.
Oh.
That's. I
I'm
mean,
just saying for it to function, it has to be that low, just for the physics to work.
yeah.
I'm just saying that you didn't sign a contract that says where the portals go.
No, I mean, we wouldn't have known where to put it either.
No, it didn't really make much of a difference. I mean, I will point out, as it stands, when things happen the other way around, it's not like my people had any choice in the matter to end up on the material plane. That's how we ended up here in the first place. We got suctioned in from the water plane, from the Blue Plateau to the Common.
Yeah.
We had no say in that.
So this
I mean, it's not like it's going to be a horrifically violent act. It's just things are going to happen in reverse, right? So I would hope things would just naturally adapt and adjust and recognize that flow is working the other way. And
I mean,
and
yeah,
make a
creatures
decision
survived
to what they
the
need to do.
transition here. They should
Yeah.
they should be fine going back. But a bit of warning might be nice, because if someone wants to go back to the Blue Plateau, this is a pretty
Chance to do
decent
it.
chance to go back.
Yeah, unless you can magically do it, I don't think we have the time to warn everybody. Other than, I think you're right. I think we should go back to the palace and we should inform the Calport leadership about what's
Yeah.
about to happen, and then do it.
And send messages to people.
So
Yeah, as much as we can.
I also just want to point out to you that you put in the contract as expeditiously as possible.
Well,
So when you say this command word,
yes.
there's no rule that says the water has to drain slowly to accommodate everybody. You didn't put that in the
No.
contract. You told him.
Well, when you say slow, right? It's going to drain as big as the portals are. That's what's good. I would think that would be the limit of what creates the
Assuming
flow.
no magic is
Mm.
involved,
you're
he could
making an
expedite it.
assumption that you did not write into the contract. What you
Yeah.
told him was as efficiently and effectively as possible.
Efficiently.
Right, efficient,
Yeah.
an undefined
Yeah.
term for the devil.
Yeah, oh boy. So we're looking at potentially, the entire sea level of the entire world may drop like 500 miles in the blink of an eye. With
And
this.
when it happened, it was sudden. It's not like suddenly all the water was filling up and everybody noticed the bathtub is filling. Like it, boom, happened, and then there was a reverberating sound and a blue haze all over everything for 2 weeks, and then when the haze and the constant tone in the air went away, the world was completely changed. And the water, when it arrived, was like, boom, there it is. So,
So a lot of people probably, like, there was a lot of death. The death toll was probably pretty high because it's just
Yeah.
you're suddenly underwater.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, luckily the
Yeah.
opposite. It's not as devastating the other way, right? It's not like
Unless
it's
you
gonna
breathe
engulf.
water.
Sure.
Unless you have gill.
Right. Yeah.
There's
So-
just less of it to inhabit.
I'll just say this. You do have a map room in your library, and you can tell people where the oceans used to be and direct them to go there if they want to remain underwater.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have two things to consider there. One, where to go if you want to remain underwater. Two, what to do with the ships that may or may not end up being like, because you're going to have a lot of stranded ships in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
On ground, which might be violent. Like if depending on how low the like your ship is up
Absolutely
here, suddenly there's
violent,
nothing holding it, and you're gonna fall.
But if it took 2 weeks, it's not going to happen that fast, right?
No,
We don't know.
It didn't take 2 weeks. It happened all of a sudden, and then there was a blue haze all over everything and a tone in the air for 2 weeks. It's really unclear how it happened.
We have to assume that water is gonna basically disappear.
Here.
So if there is a ship
I mean-
and it is floating miles above the seabed, it is going to crash.
We're gonna have to instruct
Yeah,
people
like-
either get to where the oceans used to be or ground their ships, because we can also just have them ground
Basically
it
get to port.
and then we'll deal with it later. Yeah, but
Yeah.
at least then it's not going to be a sudden drop 500 feet.
This is going to screw over Calport big time, I'm realizing. Because
Calport was inside a
they're
lake. Their port is actually
Okay, so they'll
safe.
still
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, at least there's that.
they're running.
Because we did
well, yeah, but I
specify
mean,
that
now-
water levels should be back as they were, which means if Calport was, I mean, that's why it's called Calport, right? Because it was a port on the side of a lake. So we should be able to assume that the bay of Calport is going to be fine. It's just not going to be connected to the ocean.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, the Navy, the Armada that's out that's out there in the sea is going to be affected by this potentially.
How much time?
Calrot Lake is like one of the Great Lakes. It's like a huge, enormous lake, so it's really big. So, and that
Yeah,
Calport is called Calport because it was the port town on Calrot Lake. So, it's
So even
So
the
their fleet
ships
needs to make a decision. Any ship that wants to be, for inner island travel needs to head out to deep water.
Yeah, pre-sinking deep water.
Mhm.
But even that is dangerous because pre-sinking deep water is still going to be miles below the current water line, which means their ship is going to fall onto water.
Well, that, and we have no way. We can send messages, but we don't have a way to give them like an updated version of a map. And everybody's maps are all wonky, so people don't even know where they are. It's going to
Honestly,
be
I
hard
think
for
they're just
them
going to have to make new ships. The safest possible route right
they're
now is for a ship to ground itself.
Right.
Because we do
And then
not
it's gonna
have
be stuck
any,
land.
like we do not have any assurances that the water level is going to drop in any way that will not make a ship fall. Even if it's on water, it's going to be the same as if it's on rocks, to be fair.
I mean, really, you think it's just going to disappear and the thing's going to be in free fall for? Like,
It's
a month?
possible, and we have
Worst
no way
case
of
scenario,
discounting
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
So, like,
it's,
do you
it's
really
a
wanna
worst case
risk it?
scenario thing.
the question
So,
is,
The second
how much
question.
of a bastard is your DM?
Do you want to kill hundreds of thousands of people?
Well, he let
Or how much of a
let us
bastard is
get
the
away
devil
with
we
a
made a
lot in
contract
hell,
with?
so.
I mean, the devil hopefully is somewhat happy with us, considering.
I mean,
what he
yeah.
did.
But he also likes being amused, and he doesn't really have time for anything but like, killing Glacier right now. Presumably. I don't
The
even know
second
how we're gonna talk to people who are on ships in the middle of nowhere, but I think
Maybe the queens have a method. Maybe
yeah,
maybe the
I think our
court has-
first thing is grabbing making copies of the library maps and taking them with us to the castle.
Okay.
We have time because we're the ones indicating, but we also have the fact that he may, get killed. So,
Right. That was my question. How much time are we going to allow people to get to land before we activate this? So we can say, like, hey, you have 3 days or 2 days or however many days to get to land. Otherwise, it's,
You're on your own.
like, whatever happens, happens. And it might not be as bad as we think, but if it is, you're going to fall quite a long ways, potentially.
I'd say maybe give it a week. I know that's not going to give everyone time, assuming everyone can be told.
I mean, can we even disseminate the message that far and wide?
That's why I'm saying we're assuming tell as many people as we can, basically.
So a couple of things. You can spread the word far and wide, and people will, other casters and whatnot might have messaging abilities for different things. There aren't a lot of high-level casters around, of course, but it's possible that word will start to travel. But here's the thing. That word starts to travel, you know who else it's going to get to.
Yeah. That was my second thing. I was going to say, we can give a week to people, but if he shows up, we need to pull the plug.
Yeah. I don't think we can wait that long. I mean, I kind of think we just need to take care of Calport and its immediate surroundings. And then obviously if they have any ways to send a message to the other major settlements around, do it. But
that's my thing. We tell as many people as we can. We tell them they have a week. But as soon as we spot his army, we need to pull the plug.
But his army can get super close with the ocean right here, as opposed to if the ocean is back at its
and if they're there and we pull the plug, what happens?
Well, again, we're assuming it's
they fall as well. Yeah,
I would think it's necessarily instantaneous, where suddenly it's snap your fingers, it's back at the original level.
There's a couple other questions. The first one is, really seriously, do you want to do this? That's something seriously that you would consider, because this is going to change the world into something that you have never known. The world that you all live in is the same one that you have known forever, and it has always been during, the sinking after the flood.
Okay.
Wait. So my second thing is, you also don't know what's going to actually happen to the living things that are in the water. You don't know if they're going to get pulled through the gate.
Or just left.
But there's another complication, which is if things were staying stagnant, constant, that would be a factor. But we know that's not happening. We know the world is drifting further apart, and it's in a state.
It's going to run into these barriers.
It's not stable. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's true. But you don't know if that's stopped since you sealed the rift.
Right. Yeah. It might not even be.
I will also point out that one of the reasons we had for undoing the sinking was because just stopping the rift, like the water pulsing, did not fix the soul's problems. Like, we're assuming putting the water back in the Blue Plateau is necessary for Shamasa Hasid to stop messing with the way souls work and reincarnation works in this world. Like, it's not just about who's in the water, it's about everyone who's ever lived.
Yeah, I mean, all the planes are disrupted because of this thing. It's not just the Blue Plateau we're talking about, or our plateau. It's having the Blue Plateau have flowed into this one has disrupted everything.
I will say, maybe this isn't a decision that the four of us can make on our own. But that kind of leads back to the whole, we need to go to the castle and basically lay the cards out.
Yeah.
Because as far as we know, the queens are basically right now in charge of the biggest piece of remaining civilization. So having their opinion and what they think we should do. Ultimately, the decision is ours, but getting some second opinions might be a good idea.
Sure.
Yeah.
I do think it does begin with us getting the maps and getting them redrawn and taking them and, again, laying the cards out for the queens and
The queen's your
And-
mother, basically all of those in charge. So let's go.
Yeah. It's like a 6-hour trek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
6 hours.
assuming
just to
we've
get
been
back
like
to the
walking.
maze.
Yeah, walking
Yeah.
for 6 hours,
Yeah.
then we have to go make the maps and then get to the... Unless we want to leave someone else making copies for us and go speak to the queens without the maps. They're going to have
Yeah, I mean
some maps.
the queens, I'm sure, could task someone to do that.
We could have a
Probably
scribe
someone
do
better
that
than
for
we
us.
are.
We should at least we should go look at them and to get an idea of what it's gonna look like.
Yeah.
So we can be like, hey,
Well, we made a map already of what we know of the current situation, right? Based on our travel route and what we learned while traveling, we kind of adjusted the map that we had been given to what we think is the actual position of everything, right?
Right.
And didn't we compare that with the pre-syncing maps to see like exactly how...
Yeah, but remember, stuff was wrong. Like the things were in the wrong position.
Yeah, but for reference, I think right now
Yeah.
it's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's down to our ship, right? So it'd be much easier to retrieve.
Okay. So, yeah, so then let's go directly to the palace. And it'll still take us like 8 hours to get there, but time's
A day later.
Yeah, a
was
day
gonna
later.
should I send a quick message ahead of time to just be like, hey, we're gonna be there in a couple of hours. Be ready
We have
for us.
important news. Yeah, we have important news that everyone who
Yeah.
has a position of power should listen to.
You're gonna send that to your mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we should be careful because we know that Laralac had agents in place already. So I think we should start by just meeting with the queens, maybe, and maybe one or two other
That's
people
true.
before
Are
other people
you
are let in on it.
insinuating that my mother is
No.
an agent of
No, he's getting
No, but I'm saying-
he's talking about me saying get everyone in power
Yeah,
because
get the whole council together.
Okay.
Yeah.
we know one mole was in there and we took care of the mole, but
Yeah.
or more like he just disappeared on us,
Right,
but
who knows?
there could be others.
Okay, I send a message to my mother
Okay. What do you ask her?
as
to
we're
do?
walking. We have important news that you and the Queen specifically need to hear. We'll be there in a couple of hours. If we could request an audience and have one immediately, would appreciate it.
I'm hoping you said like 7 hours at least, not a couple of hours.
Yeah.
A bit of a difference there.
She
An
says,
hour.
I will set up a meeting for 8 hours from now.
All right, we book
I'll
it.
tell that too.
We get lost in the first 30 minutes, and then we call for help getting out of the
Well,
maze.
Wait, but before we start heading off, I gotta try some of those cupcakes. I mean, those things move the world, so they gotta be good. So I'm gonna put some in my pockets and take a few.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm out.
Way.
The resting room probably has some more.
Yeah, we stop and grab snacks.
Yeah, we'll grab food for on the go. Just stuff our bags again. More cupcakes. Leave a note saying, "You guys make the best cupcakes."
5 stars.
5-star review.
9 out of 10 devils approve.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are making your way out of the reaches and back into the maze.
Forgot about Blacksley.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Blacksley?
Well,
Where's
so
this
remember when
somewhere
you were in
in
the
here?
maze before you went to the infernal gate,
Yeah.
you gave Blacksley a choice and he left the maze. So you don't
Yeah.
know where
Yeah, he didn't want
is.
to go.
Yeah.
You could send a message to him.
I'll send a message to Blacksley.
What are you saying?
Hey, we're out of hell. We're heading back to the main entrance. We'll be there in like 6 or 7 hours. Meet us there.
He says, I have discovered my task.
Oh,
Oh
God.
no.
I will see you when it is done.
Uh-oh.
Send another message. Blacksley, what is your task?
Maybe we can help.
Maybe we can help.
After all, you are a very valued and loved member of the party.
I think he'll believe I say that. He's pushing it.
He says, I have to destroy this thing.
He means the sword. He has to mean the sword. Please tell me he means the sword.
I'm not 100% sure. Should I send another message?
Ask him where he is right
I'm looking
now.
at 5th level slots here, so if we get into anything, I got nothing.
Look, all I'm worried about is that this
Maybe-
thing might refer to the Book of Proofs.
That's what I'm worried about.
I don't recall the name of the person, the person who's the helper person here, but can we summon him and say, hey, we need to find Blacksley? Can you tell us at least where he is in here?
Yeah, from
Tavros.
Tavros.
Tavros, yeah. Yes.
Tavros coalesces in front of you and forms. Did you enjoy
yes.
your
Are
visit
you able to-
through the gate?
It was an
Oh.
experience. Let's put it that way.
One hell of a time.
And yeah, cupcakes are
So-
tremendous, by the way. They got rave reviews. Can you
Thank you. I'll let
can you
Bertus
find
know.
Black?
What?
We're having trouble tracking down our companion Blacksley. Can you tell where he is right now?
I will find him. He disapparates.
Okay.
Maybe we should step on it, pick up our pace.
Yeah.
Yep. Double time.
At least getting out of the maze, because he's definitely not in the maze.
So it takes you 6 hours just to get back to the maze. If you double time it, you have a higher chance of getting lost.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't want to get lost in the maze.
Okay, so you make it back to the entrance of the maze, and Makodam is there. Ah, yes. How are you? Did you fare well in the 9 layers? Hmm?
No.
I
not at all,
hold out a cupcake to him and I said, "This conquers all."
Really?
Mhm.
I'd stay out of hell for a while if you were planning any trips. It seems like there may be a bit of a
Bit of a bother.
battle brewing. Yeah.
All right, I will take that under advisement. Thank you. I wasn't planning on going there, but you never know.
I just put the cupcake beside the book he's reading, which I assume he's reading a book.
You see him stick his finger out into the frosting. Says, that is quite good.
Yeah, pretty good. That's surprisingly good.
Do you need help with the door?
Oh yeah,
Cool.
that would be appreciated.
You haven't happened to see our companion. Looks like me. He's in black and white.
Not since he
Wandering around.
left.
How long ago was that?
Well, when you were here, he left the maze, remember?
Did you say where he was going?
No. Just not to hell.
No.
You seemed like a fun fellow.
Tavros hasn't shown up in the 6-hour span that we've been walking.
Nope.
Great.
Oh boy.
Okay, well, we wait till the doors open.
Okay. Makotum does his hand wavy thing and unlocks all the locks, and then strenuously opens the door, pulls it back. Come visit again.
Probably will.
All right, let's go to the spire room first.
Yeah.
Once you step out of the maze, you notice that the door closes very much more quickly than it seemed previous times. So you're going to the spire room?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like it did last time you were there.
Great. So
Great.
I assume a bit more of the book is returned to its normal color by now.
The book's open.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
Was it closed?
It was, yeah.
It was.
Did he write something in it?
I was gonna say, I'm immediately go over and look what's written in it.
Yeah.
It's on the signature page, and Cornelius Adram is the last signature.
All right.
Fuck.
Can we see what was written? Can we see what the question was asked?
If you turn the page, maybe.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You're going to turn the page?
Yeah.
That means you'd have to touch the book.
Screw it at this point.
Well, unless we have another way to turn it. I mean, mage hand. That's what you're.
Yeah,
turning
mage.
for, right?
I'll do mage hand and just
Okay.
start flipping through pages with it until we get to wherever.
Well, with just
that's
turning one page, you can see that it has the remnants of a proof on it. At the top of the page, it says...
What is...
No, remember, you have to write a statement. The top of the page, the statement written there is... let's see, how would he word it? It says... It says, it has a weird name that you're not familiar with, is the first word. And it says, so the word that you're not familiar with is Nogales. Nogoles. Nogales must be dispatched with Delincia. Nogales must be dispatched with Delincia. The book says this is a true statement. And then it has the proof. The proof is 34 pages.
Oh boy.
Which is a lot. Huh? That's a lot.
More than any...
Yeah.
Even more than what... the proof for you to reverse the sinking was only 25 pages.
Wow.
You don't think that's the name of that bad sword, right?
That's what I'm really worried about.
It Could be. I mean, you're talking about just dispatching something with something, right? That's what swords do.
Yeah, but then it would
Yep.
be Delencia must be dispatched with Nogales, not the other way around.
Right. That's what's weird. What does this mean?
Yeah,
How does he
that's
know?
weird.
Well, we've already
Can I just-
seen with Konus's trident, his weapon is a very well-known, a renowned historical figure, Bolum, right? Which appears in a lot of historical texts. So why can't the sword be Delencia?
Because Delencia's a
Assuming.
queen.
Yeah, Delencia.
I don't know what this Nogales is either. So
Yeah, Delencia is the Queen of Souls. I don't think she would be attributed to a sword of that caliber. No, like she's not.
Yeah, the phrase itself makes little sense.
I mean, dispatched is somewhat of a violent
I don't like that.
verb, right? No, it's not a positive.
Yeah, the
verb.
problem is the with Delencia part of it. Like, why would it say with? Like, you're dispatching something with the Queen of... Like, are you dispatching both of them? Is that what it's...
It's kind of.
It's kind of...
I don't know. I feel like conjecture at this point is doing more
Not
harm
gonna
than
get-
good. We should be a move on. Maybe I send a message to the queens and be like, "Yo, up the guard like a lot."
Or more like be on the lookout for Chilling Quest.
Yeah. Again, I'm starting into my 5th levels. Got 6th level left if I send this message.
If only more people could get sending.
So what are you sending?
Sending a message. I do it directly to Delencia, or should I do it to my mom?
Send it to
No.
Delencia.
Okay, I send a message to Delencia, Queen Delencia.
What's the range on that spell?
Unlimited.
Oh, it's
Okay.
limited. Unless they're on a different plane, then I have to roll a percentile dice.
5% chance that it doesn't arrive.
What? So just why don't you just send her the actual statement that was written in the Book of Proofs and the fact that it was proven true?
Well,
Because maybe it means something
Which
to
one?
her that it doesn't to us.
I feel like it goes through
What are you
if I
sending?
start to send it and like. Okay. Chilling Quest wrote in the Book of Proofs, Nogales must be dispatched with Delencia. Don't know what this means. It was proven true. If it's something nefarious, be on the lookout. I have no idea how many words that was, but
You got to if it.
I should probably keep track of that better.
She responds with, I don't know what that means. I have personal guards. I'll make sure I'm safe.
Okay.
All right, let's get to the palace.
Yes.
I mean, by now she knows what your mom told her because it's been 6 hours since you told your mom about.
So, are you taking the Book of Proofs?
No.
Leave it.
No. We leave it there or we leave it open, I guess. We might need that proof.
None of us have ever heard of Nogales in like any history or lore.
Apparently not.
Meaningless. I mean, ironically, we're in the one place we could find information about it, but we don't seem to have the time.
So roll a history check, everybody. This is really a memory check. You know how I hate the history check.
18 plus 2 is 20.
12.
17.
Pretty low. 11.
Konos and Axley, you remember that you learned about Celagon.
Hmm.
What is Celagon spelled backwards?
Nogales.
The worst part is I did that, and I was like, Celagon. I don't think we've heard of Celagon. Then I looked back in my notes. I was like, the brother's name is Celagon. They sound similar. Didn't click.
The two swords. You were
Yeah.
told that Celagon has a companion sword.
So this is we were right. Nogales is the name of the
The
sword.
sword.
But why would you dispatch the sword with Valencia? Like that's
Unless they're both to be destroyed at the same time. With being along with here.
yeah.
Like, wasn't
Like,
the
that's
sword
the
supposed to be
only
like thrown in a
interpretation that
volcano
makes
to be destroyed?
sense. Unless Delencia somehow has the power to destroy the sword. But I think we had already figured out that that sword could only be destroyed by taking it where it was forged. Yeah, because if it had said Delencia must be dispatched with the sword, then sure, okay.
So here's the other thing to think about. That those swords, those artifacts have a soul in them, right?
Yes.
Delencia is the queen of
Souls.
Either way, this doesn't look good. Let's go to the palace.
So his mission is to destroy the sword.
Destroy the sword and Delencia.
So you know that you have to destroy the sword where it was created, but it's created in two places, right? The forge that makes it and the soul that imbues it. Oh, there she comes. Right.
So it could.
That's his mission.
So it could mean he means to like take out the Queen of Souls, not the Queen of Calport. But considering the cyclical way things seem to be working, they might be one and the same.
Could be.
Let's get to the palace.
I'm just trying to give you information that you would remember because it's only been, a few weeks since you've been learning all this and you've all been writing it down in notes and whatnot and talking about it. I mean, your characters have been talking about it, right? So you would start to make connections between, okay, if this is an artifact like Bolum, you know that Bolum said his brothers and sisters were also still, like, he can't contact them and, whatnot. And you know that these artifact swords have souls in them as well, and Delencia is the Queen of Souls. So, if you want to put a soul into an artifact, you have to get that soul from somewhere.
Yep. Or into a rod.
Or right. Yeah. Right. Somehow that soul. There are several ways to do it actually, but somehow you have to get that soul, and so. If you want to destroy the artifact or whatever, you have to destroy the way it was made at the forge, and you also have to release the soul.
Isn't it?
So why don't you all go ahead to the palace? I'm gonna go retrieve the curiosity if it's still there and fly it back to the castle. Just tell them that I'm gonna land it on the top of a tower.
Okay, make sure it's in stealth mode. Yeah. All right, let's go.
So you get to the auditorium, And you enter the auditorium, and all of the individuals that were skeletons previously that were in the cases that they were in, are fully invested individuals. So they have full, muscles and internal organs and skin and all that. And they all look like they're like almost in stasis sitting there. And Gaston is on the ground.
What?
And the book that was on the pedestal is gone.
On the ground, as in.
Yeah, I want to go check on the body.
I want to check on him and see if he's
like prone on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
He's just kind of he's on the ground, kind of in the fetal position, curled up.
Yeah, I'll run over. Gaston?
Yeah, same.
You'll roll a medicine check.
Yeah.
I could try. 16.
19.
He has bite marks all over him. And
Like humanoid bite marks or like canine bite marks?
no.
Like animal bite.
So if you want to identify, I need another medicine check.
11.
22.
Marcel, it's like weird patterns all over. It's really hard to tell. You can't really but it's weird, very thin, sharp teeth. So it's like thousands of paper cuts. Imran, it looks like thousands of paper cuts, but they're in a specific pattern. And the pattern fits if you were to take the book from the pedestal and place it on the body and then pick it up and put it down again, slightly turned, and pick it up and move it and slightly turn it. And
Oh.
and he is unconscious. He is not conscious. He's breathing very shallowly.
Wow. Okay. Cure wounds quickly. At 2nd level.
Okay.
I'm running out of spells. Oh, that's a D20. That's not what I want. I'm panicking. 13 points regained.
Okay.
Not much, but
his breathing becomes more regular. Most of the tiny paper cuts go away. He kind of wakes up with a startle.
Gaston, what happened?
hey, what happened?
Where is it? He's
Here's
kinda looking
what?
around.
Oh God, wait. Is it still in the room?
Where is
Can
it?
I look around for the book?
Yeah, you want to roll me a perception check?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll look too.
Oh, I tell them, I'm like, it looks like the book literally bit him. Oh, I am a hot mess.
20.
Blah, 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 blah. Perception is a unnatural 20.
Oh wow.
The book is on top of one of the. It's laying as if it was open, so one half of it is on top of one of the cases, and the other half is sort of laying down. And when you see it, if you look at it for just a couple of seconds, you see that it's slightly moving. Basically, very ever so slowly sawing into the cabinet.
The case.
I will cast telekinesis and grab it.
The cabinet.
Pointed out to
Meanwhile,
everybody.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm like, Gaston, what made the book decide to bite you?
Well, it was locked
What
on
happened?
the pedestal. Yeah, something let it
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, what
How did
happened?
it get off its
It,
pedestal?
it broke free.
When?
It
Why?
broke?
Ow.
I was just giving my sermon, and I turned to almost the last page, and it raged up, and broke free, and attacked me. Thought it was going to take my
Oh,
face
the
off.
magic in this place is going. The magic in this place is going because that door shut too quickly. It was magically sealed so that it would. Because when I pulled it, it wouldn't budge. It was supposed to go slow, and it closed too quickly. And now the restraints on this thing are going. The magic in this place is leaving. I don't know why, but this is a problem. I summoned Tavros because Tavros hasn't come back. Is he still here?
He coalesces in front of you.
What's happening?
Oh, hold on real second. Konos, you have the book.
Oh,
What are
yeah.
you doing with it?
I will. I mean, I guess sort of pull it towards us, closer to us, but keep it restrained, just kind of floating in the air.
Okay. It
Um,
is straining against.
I would say
Yeah.
I'd say put it in a bag, but it will just eat through the bag. I mean, I can hold on to it for up to 10 minutes. So,
Assuming it doesn't break free.
Right.
yeah.
Tavros coalesces in front of you. I was unable to locate your companion.
It's probably gone from
Yeah,
the
that's
library.
okay. What's going on? Why is the magic like leaving?
What do you mean?
Why is everything weakening? The
Not leaving,
like
coming
Things
back.
don't seem to
Yeah,
be
but this-
operating like they were.
You said coming back.
Coming back.
Why?
where
What
is it
changed?
going?
The library is in use again. It brings its energy.
Who else is using the library now besides us?
Ooh.
Just you, I thought.
Oh. And those we've brought with us. So what? It's normal for a book to decide to bite patrons?
Well, that book
Like
is
it broke-
supposed to be restrained.
Well, why is it not restrained then?
He must have read too much of it, and it gave it too much energy. I mean, look.
Well, is there a
He
safe
sort of-
place we can?
He sort of like gestures to all of the things that used to be skeletons that are now flesh and blood, living things.
Yeah.
What am I?
Well, is there a safe place we can put this where it won't attack anybody else?
You can chain it back to the pedestal.
Sure,
You'll have to put magic bindings on it.
of course.
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah, we don't have any magic.
Please.
Sure, I will just telekinetically just move it over and just plunk it back down on the pedestal and just press it down there and like, go ahead, quick, please.
Give me a strength check.
Okay. Since I'm using magic, could this be a charisma check? Well, it's gonna be. I rolled a 2 either way, so it's gonna be garbage no matter what. 7.
It's not held down well enough for Tavros to do anything with it.
Okay.
It's flopping around and
Someone
Can I
put
just, like,
something heavy on top of
Flatten
it.
it.
can you?
Yeah, can I just flatten it?
Are you gonna touch it?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't got any spells left.
You can press on it.
Sure.
When you press on it, the thumb that you use to sign the contract
Mhm.
starts burning.
Great.
Roll me a Constitution save.
God dang it. Oh, that's a 7. Couldn't have been a strength check. I was banking on strength.
You take 13 damage, and your thumb starts bleeding.
Ow! God bless.
That is one
Okay.
hell of a paper cut.
Oh, paper
When your
cut.
blood drips
It's gonna
on,
sting for a while.
when your blood drips onto the book, though, the book settles down.
Great.
Good.
Feed me, Seymour.
Tavros says, I haven't been able to do that for a while. And then he disapparates.
Do what? Oh my god. There's no help.
He hasn't
Did he at least put it
he
back?
hasn't had a corporeal body for a long time.
That's kind of what I thought. Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Marin, are you alright?
Yeah, it's fine.
Your thumb won't stop bleeding, though.
Good. Great. I just...
Might want to wrap that. Stop it.
Yep, I'll just wrap it in cloths and just
I guess
let it go.
just on your
If I
cleric,
bleed out
right?
through my thumb. Alright, we should probably get moving again.
Gaston, you're a cleric. Can't you heal her?
I can. Does she want me to?
No.
No?
You're still bleeding.
Don't you trust me?
If you would really like to, you can.
That was like the least enthusiastic acceptance of
Oh,
healing.
right. I guess you can heal me.
Like, I don't really...
He walks over and he puts his hand on your shoulder, and when he does so, Socks jumps onto him and stands on his head and starts
adorable.
purring, doing that little trill sound that Socks does. And
Traitor.
He's a traitor.
you heal 8 points of damage.
Thanks, Gaston.
You are very welcome. I owe you much. And now I must finish my job. Do you want to stay to see the glory at the end?
Unfortunately, we can't,
Oh,
but we'll be back probably. We have business to attend to, per usual.
I see. Of course you do.
And no more reading from that book.
No,
Right.
he's actually
I
going
mean,
to
that's
finish
exactly
reading.
Finish my task.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Yeah, no, we're a bit busy trying to save the world. Hopefully we're not messing it up.
I
Let's
am
go.
as well. I am also
Right.
saving the world.
Great, then we're on the same team. Let's go.
Sorry, have a meeting to attend.
Yeah. Well, what are you saving the world from? We've got a list.
You have a list.
Gaston's gonna be the one to show up and save our asses at the end.
Sort of.
What's on your list? Maybe I can help.
Well, trying to undo a massive flood, stopping an army of undead sea creatures. You know,
I am
all a
dragging
day's work.
Kodos by the shoulder as he's like chatting.
I'll see what I can do, he says as you run out.
Maybe you can help with the undead.
Great. Thanks. Yep. Oh boy.
I think we brought back a crazy person.
Nah, he's fine. He's just a cleric.
Yeah,
Aren't they all like that?
Well, hopefully
I
the
know
book
two
doesn't eat him
clerics.
again.
I almost offered him a vial of my blood to just be like, just feed it to the book if it gets really riled up, but I feel like that would be not so great.
I mean, he's a cleric of Goras too. He can do the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
Got blood.
it like ate him. And
Yeah.
it didn't.
Really wanted his blood, apparently.
A little too much of it. Poor guy. Okay,
Great.
we keep moving.
Apparently, the more we stay in here, the more crazy shit gets. Let's get out.
Honestly, this is a mess.
Mhm.
What did he mean the library's in use again? Who's using it?
We are.
He said he didn't. Ever said he didn't know. Yeah.
He indicated all the people that are brand new in their cases.
Yeah. I mean,
Are somehow using the library. Oh.
it is more souls in the library, I guess. Assuming the souls were not there when they were just skeletons.
Yeah, he was pretty ambiguous.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is a problem for another day.
It's like he speaks a different language, right? His perspective is so skewed.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I just don't understand him.
So Axley is going to get the curiosity,
Yes.
and everyone else is going to the royal manor.
Correct.
Okay. Actually, the curiosity is there. Nobody has done anything to it.
I figure we need to at least move it to
That's
somewhere
good.
safer, so that's why I want to move it to the castle.
Okay. Are you going to cast invisibility? Is that your plan?
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering if you're just going to fly across the sky. Screw it! I'm just going.
I'm gonna buzz the tower.
Somebody needs to play the Top Gun theme song. Yeah, so you want to have an audience with the queens. Okay.
Mhm.
And Rayla. And who else would you like to be there? Sabatine.
Sabatine. I need to have.
And
Probably
maybe
a decent
Tadius, or not Tadius. What's his name? The
Hubertus, Lord Tobic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hubertus, Lord Tobic, Sabatine, the Queen's Rayla. We never met Varys and Pictor, but I guess they can come. So basically, the council, the queens.
We need to compliment Hubertus on his hellishly good cupcakes.
Yes, apparently.
I mean, I think we should limit it to very few people. I think just the queens. Hubertus is the advisor, right?
Or
And then Sabatine, because she controls the navy, the fleet, because she'll know how best to manage that.
Yes, assuming her death wasn't a sham to make her appear as if she's on our side. Look on Nina's face.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. If we're limiting people, I would just say Hubertus, Rayla, and the queens.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's the better bet.
I think that's. And then if we need to inform Sabatine, we can inform Sabatine. But
Pass the word to anybody else who needs to know.
Yeah, I mean the less amount of people, the better. So,
Great.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so those 4. Yeah, 4.
So I'm assuming you gave instructions to Rayla to only invite the queens, Hubertus, and herself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You are brought to the main room where the very first time you met the queens. You're brought there. It's basically their throne room, their engagement room where they have people come and speak to them. Except instead of having all those tons of people around, of course, The two queens are sitting there, and Hubertus is standing next to them and speaking to them. And Rayla's there. And Lord Topic, Lord Topic is also there, as well as two of the Queen's elite guards in the room. And so when you get to the door, the outside guards open the door and announce that you're here, and they motion to have you come in, and then they shut the door behind you when you enter the room.
And inside the room are the two elite guards and Tovik?
Yeah, so inside the room are the two queens. Hubertus and Rayla are standing next to the queens, speaking to them. The queens are sitting down. Lord Tobic is behind, and between, in the middle of the two queens, but behind them. And then there are two elite guards that are on either side of him, but back against the wall.
Okay.
Wow.
I didn't hear you. Are you muted?
Maybe. No? No.
I can hear you.
Okay. I said I'll bow.
Okay.
Yeah, well, wow.
Come forward.
Okay, come forward.
You wanted a private meeting? Here it is.
Yes. We appreciate the effort you put into this and meeting with us on short notice. Everybody in this room is someone you can trust, correct?
Of course.
Well, respectfully, is it possible to have the first words with just yourselves and Hubertus?
You want us to get rid of our personal bodyguards?
Well, they could stand at the door, stand guard at the door.
They have instructions to give their lives for us. I don't think they will stand outside. They would have little time to come in if you tried to harm us.
Would Tobic suffice? Or would you like all three?
Lord Tobic. And Tobic says, Yes, Your Highness, we will stay.
I mean, that's reasonable. That's fine. We have come across some information that maybe someone else should explain. I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking.
You said like
my
three
backup.
sentences.
Back up. I don't do this.
Are we
We have
starting with the
secured them.
whole
We have,
thing?
I have no idea. That's why I shoved this off on someone else.
Great.
I'll just say, yeah, we have secured a means to reverse the effects of the sinking in this world. But this may be, it's pretty complicated as far as all the details go. It's best just to say that we have the means to have some access to some portals that, when activated, will drain the excess water from this plateau back to the blue plateau. And we've already taken steps to secure that the rift in that plateau to make sure this won't happen again. But the concern is that this may happen very suddenly and very drastically, not on a controlled rate.
And it
Much like
will
it
turn
did.
the world to a state that none of us are familiar with.
Right.
We can control when it's going to start, but after it's started, we have no control. It's just going to either go real slow and be okay, or it's going to go really fast and people are going to be stranded and boats are going to fall, and it could be problematic. So we need to get word distributed.
And this will save us from the underwater army that is coming our way?
Potentially, it could help. The main issue is that the land masses are currently drifting towards the Four Corners, and they're going to run into whatever catastrophes await there. So we need to stop that. Getting rid of the water helps that cause, if nothing else. It'll also reduce.
Why wait? Why haven't you given the command now?
Because there are people on the street.
Yeah, we wanted to check with you first, warn you, and get your guidance.
Were any of you alive when the sinking first occurred?
Hubertus kind of raises his hand.
What do you remember of that event?
Not much. I mean, there was a great swelling of water and it overtook everything, and then we started to rebuild.
Okay, I mean,
It was large. Many people drowned. Many people we never saw again. We don't really know what happened to them. We assume they drowned or whatnot.
We don't know how fast
The concern
water will disappear.
Could happen in the blink of an eye. So any ship still at sea, for instance, anywhere in the world will be greatly affected by that. Your coastline is going to drastically change from what it was, for instance. Then the armada out in the bay is going to be in jeopardy.
You are convinced that this will turn our world back to where it was before the sinking?
No, not really. I'm just...
Oh.
I think the water may disappear in an instant, back to the levels it was.
And leave us back where we were.
If the ground below the waters has changed, that was not part of the contract we did. The deal was to remove the water.
Who have you been making contracts with?
Elbowing Marcel.
The being with the power to actually do this, because it's not something we can do. That is neither here nor there. The problem is the thing we have secured is getting rid of the excess water, not returning the world to exactly how it was before.
Rayla's
we have to utilize a series of portals to actually drain the water through a plane.
What did you do, my child? Who did you make a bargain with?
We needed access to the Red Plateau.
The Red Plateau.
The water has to go through the Red Plateau. So we struck a deal, and it will transfer without issue back to the Blue Plateau.
And this process doesn't just reverse the water volume and affect just our plane. It also reverses and interferes with the process by which these evil entities have disrupted the multiple plateaus and usurped power for themselves to create this undead army and change the flow of souls from the Soul Spire.
At that point, Queen Delencia, who hasn't said anything yet, turns and says, "It must be done. Do it now."
We should give warning to those out at sea.
What can they do?
Ground
their
ships.
ships.
Ground their ships.
Get to land safely.
Give them time. Give them a chance to survive this.
How will we get messages out?
I have spells that I can shoot to people, and they might have people that can shoot spells to other people. We can get information out.
This reversal must be done as soon as possible.
As soon as we can get
waited?
I'm in agreement. I don't think we can reach nearly enough people for it to really matter.
Every
I don't think we
life
have.
matters. Every single one of them out there on that ocean needs a chance. If we
How are
can
you gonna
save
reach
at least
every
a handful. I have messages. I have
If
9 spell
nothing
slots that I can
else,
spend. 9 bullets.
if nothing else, 95% of my people are out at sea. You are dooming my race to death if we do this immediately.
Won't they just go back where they came from?
I don't
This is
know.
going to reverse everything, correct?
Reverse
Not
the water, not
necessarily
everything.
water.
We cannot save everyone. How can we notify
Not
everyone?
everyone, but at least a portion. A portion. We just need time.
At least
How much time?
at least you can protect your armada. You risk their destruction in this event. They're supposed to be protecting Calport. If this causes their destruction, there's no protection left here.
If something happens to Calport, it will probably destroy us as well.
We're just
Well,
talking about the
how are
ships out
waters
there.
receding damage Calport? It'll mean you have a lot farther to go for trade to the ocean. You'll have to enact a transport system and roads, but it's not going to damage Calport.
Even if the lake survives, it will rock the ships out at sea right now. So every one of those people who are on ships may not survive.
I mean, that's assuming it's a violent.
How do you
affair, which we
choose
don't.
who to save?
We don't. We just have to get the word out.
Right, we don't choose. That means we do it now.
Give us a
Nothing's
week.
not
That's all.
changed.
That's all we ask for.
The army might be here in a week, and that will create more death and destruction than otherwise.
If the army gets here, then we'll pull the plug. But until then, we need time.
Very well. Take your time.
Thank you.
You're the ones in control. Why did you come and speak to us in the first place? Is this a negotiation, or are you just telling us what is happening?
No, we wanted your opinion. Because the other option is not doing it at all, but if you're this convinced it has to happen, then it's probably for the best.
I've been told my entire life that I am the line that will put it back. Or I have a child who will be the line that will put it back. Or they have a child that will be the line that will put it back. But it will be put back.
Put what back?
The world. The Soul Spire. The children.
There is one other reason we came here. The other halfling that was with us. Do we just sell them all? I kind of look at the others.
So
Might as well.
my Wi-Fi cut out when we were talking about this, so I don't have a whole lot of information about that. So
Okay.
it's up to you.
The other halfling that came with us is Cornelius Adrim.
What? I thought you said he was Blacksley.
Yeah, well, that's his name this time.
He's a reincarnation.
Well, you are not the original Delencia, but you are Delencia. Much in the same way, he is not necessarily exactly the same Cornelius, but he is the same soul.
He is coming for me.
Yes.
Okay.
Why? What does he...
The cycle must repeat itself.
And what happens if it doesn't?
I don't know.
He has the sword.
What sword?
A very evil sword. And he left a phrase behind concerning it, saying that that sword must be dispatched with Delencia. We're not really sure what that means.
He needs me to get rid of it.
Where would somebody wanted to get rid of it? Where would they take it? Where would they need to go?
Well, either the Soul Spire or the forge in which it was made.
But he needs you to do it.
To get to the Soul Spire.
Well, that is the task.
And we don't know where he is. We don't know where he is.
We don't know where he is. We do know that he thinks this is his task and that he has to do it. That is the only reason he exists.
He's waiting for me.
I could try to see where he is now.
No need.
The sword's name is Nagalis.
Why do you say no need?
I know where he is.
Where is he?
Making his way to the Soul Spire.
What will he do there when he's there?
Wait for me.
And would you join him? And why?
If we destroy the sword, it will release my children.
Okay. Well, we have that done.
Well, if we resolve this other issue, maybe we can accompany you to not leave you to it alone.
We have something else we need to do. And I look at Konos. We still have a piece to recover, don't we?
Yes, we do. Another piece of being that's in the Blue Plateau that is now has it sealed. It was stolen by somebody who I won't name.
Is it
Yes.
Olin was a child of Delencia? Is the piece that's stolen the souls that are in the sword?
I don't even know if the sword is the one with the souls. I think it's more of a key. Possibly.
The sword did have a big amethyst on it.
How's that related to the coral, the amethyst?
It's not, but the amethysts have been used to seal things, so yeah. Breaking the sword is probably breaking that seal.
The dirge of the House of Adram says amethyst key on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yet another confluence of weighty events. I still am wondering why we're hesitating on stopping the sinking. I mean, I thought that was our
You heard Marcel.
quest and focus.
Yeah, but there's a lot more at stake now.
But how
Somehow
do
we have to
attempt
find.
that? I mean, you're talking that's
Somehow
years.
we have.
It's years to distribute word to everything and everybody.
Not if we get some sending spells out.
We have to know the
will
right
get-
people to send them to.
We will get word to Sabatine. I don't know who else you can contact. All of your Trastenfin citizens are here.
Yeah.
And we can ask them
I mean-
for contacts. We can ask them family members on the sea. We can ask Marcel might know people. We can tell them to tell others. Even if we can save a handful of them, it's worth an extra day or two. And if we can get even more in a week, great. If Laralac shows up by then, we pull the plug. But at least we can get some word out. At least they have a shot. Give them no warning is to condemn all of them, and I'm not going to do that. We have
But to
try.
take too much time to give too much warning could lead to worse death. I mean, delaying
Laralac
this
coming
process.
no matter what.
We may not want to give them a time frame. Just as soon as possible, get off the sea.
Yeah.
If you can't,
And we can
prepare
ask them how
yourself for
long-
what will happen.
And we can ask them, how long do you think it will take you to get to land? And if they say 5 days, we can maybe give them 5 days. If they say 3 days, we can maybe give them 3 days. If our max time frame is 2 days, great. If it's 7, we try. That's all we can do.
But you're saying them. But you're saying them. You're talking about only a handful of people. You're not going to talk to everybody. Certainly, there are people out there that can't get to land in the amount of time we want to give them.
You can
At least-
contact Ash, and he has contacts at the Company of the Eastern Sun.
Yeah.
So do I.
Where it took how
That's-
many years to deliver messages?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but that's because none of them were high-level casters, right?
Yeah, but all we need are names and someone who can cast sending.
Konos could actually go to the Agent of the Eastern Sun.
That was honestly what I was thinking. Because if we go there and get a list of names for other agents in other places, then we know who we have to send messages to. And
So
then we
what-
just need to get enough
Yeah,
casters.
the reason I said Ash is because he's on a ship somewhere. So he can tell his people, and Konos can go to the Company of the Eastern Sun and contact all of those agents.
And I know the names of the elders of at least my clan,
Hmm.
so we can get
Yeah.
word to them.
And the Haka
We have them-
are amazingly fast swimmers.
So
And
we
they would
have
probably
ways of
be
getting
the
the
least-
word out pretty fast. We just
Yeah.
I
Also
still
good at
think we
pulling
shouldn't be
boats.
giving them a
Yeah.
time frame. It's just get the word out, tell them that this is going to happen. They need to get off the water. It's as simple as that. There is a chance that if you want to go back to the Blue Plateau, you might be able to do that by going deep underwater, but there is no guarantee you will survive. And that's the message. We don't know how long you have, so assume that you are already out of time and book it.
Yeah.
And then we send a couple of Haka out as far as we can to keep an eye out for Laralac. And as soon as they see Laralac, to swim back to us. And we pull the plug. Because we want to be able to pull the plug before they get to basically what is the Bay of Calrot. Because if they're inside the lake, then they're going to survive.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to pull the plug before they get to the lake, basically.
How long do you think this will all take?
At least a day or two.
I mean, how many sendings it takes? How long? I mean, if that's a one action spell, right?
Yeah.
But how many?
Yes, I
how many
can do
slots
9
do you
send-
have? Yeah. So
I can do
Yeah,
9
depends on
sending
what-
spells per day.
What level spell
I
is
mean, I
it?
can also.
It's a level 3.
So
2 level 3s, 3 level 4s, 2 level 5s, and 1 level 6.
So you need at least level 5 caster for level 3 spells?
I think so, yeah.
I could do dream, and it has to be somebody I know. So just having a random list of names isn't going to help me at all.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe do you think you can pray to your deity, and do you think that that might be a way to distribute, at least through the clerics, to get the word out?
I used up the divine intervention a couple days ago. I don't think she can intervene much more, fortunately.
Also, she's probably a bit pissed at you, so no more miracles for the time being.
Probably not so happy with it.
I don't think you'd be able to do a sending and magically send one sending to like a lot of people on a list.
I can, however, go to the temple and give the information out to the people there and see if they have contact with other monasteries.
Yeah.
Convents.
So we have Rayla, who's the head of the church. She can probably gather anyone who's 5th level or higher and figure out how many sendings can be sent and basically distribute a list of names and the message to be sent out.
Cool.
And some of those can probably be other places that have casters. It's either bards or clerics and wizards that can use sending.
Okay, so let's presume you do all that. What is your actual timeline that you're planning on? So you're going to do that. It's going to take a couple days to get everybody all that information.
Yeah, I'm thinking, probably 2 days to get everything out and organized and the sendings starting to get sent. We're keeping to that time frame of 1 week max.
Yeah. I can start like day 1. I can even start the current day with at least my 6th level. If we're like straight going to bed, I can just use my 6th level to get to Ash and let him know at least. And then I can start Konus and I can book it in the morning to the Eastern Sun, and I can start while we're gathering the information and the other people and what we need.
Yeah, so basically those who cannot cast sending make the list of people, like the priority list of people who we send the message to. The other thing we need to do is make sure that the Armada is within the bay's limits so that they're not affected by it. And then send out. How is the bay positioned towards the sea? Like, does it have like is it like a 180 degree thing or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so we send maybe 4 groups of Haka out to see those with the keenest perception, the keenest eyes, with instructions to keep an eye out for the army and to report back if they see
keep that order.
Do we have like I want to say like a flare gun, but obviously not a flare gun. Do we have something that can like signal instead of having them swim back and like come running to us, so that if they see it, they shoot up a signal and we can just go to make it faster?
They could light a signal flare on the ship.
Maybe we have Sharkface go out with them.
We could have a central ship midway between them and the bay.
Yeah.
Probably should be our ship, right? We don't want our ship stranded in the bay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. We're gonna wait until as much as possible. We're waiting till all 4 Haka return. We're not. Ideally, we're not making them a suicide squad. As soon as they spot the thing on the horizon, they book it back because that's when we're pulling the plug.
Yeah.
If they stay out there, they're going to get affected too. We have to keep 3 sendings in reserve to contact the other 3 Haka and basically say, get back in.
Well, really what we need is we need someone who has sending on that ship that's forward deployed.
That's the other option.
So that they can send a message to us, because otherwise it makes no sense to have the Haka racing back with the army right behind them, eating up all that time as they continue to progress to get us the word. I mean, we need to have the word.
Yeah, but if they light a signal fire,
this be on a spell scroll though?
I mean, that's an option. Are there any wizards in town?
Could transcribe spell scrolls, then anybody could cast it or use it.
You need a wizard for that. But I mean, the court has to have a wizard. Hero says so, your wizard. Yeah, there you go.
What do you need me to do?
4 sending scrolls.
Very well. I'll go start scribing them right now.
You are not just an excellent cook, but a good person.
I heard you tried my cupcakes.
They are out of this world.
Real popular in hell.
I guess I'll take that as a compliment.
They kept us alive, which is what it matters.
Excellent.
All right, so yeah, we've got a plan. We just put it in motion.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
Oh,
what
boy.
your plan is being put in motion.
Oh, this feels real endgame-y, like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Plenty of time for you to find out ways to interfere with it. How it could go wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's something that Konos wants to ask Axley if there's a spare minute, but can wait till
Sure.
next time.
Oh,
ahead.
there's a whole
now.
conversation Emran was having.
At some point, Konos will just pull Blacksley aside and will just say, "I didn't mean to look, but this robe shows me everything, whether I want it to or not. I saw what you wrote to Emran. It showed me what you wrote to Emran. It showed me the power you have. I'm not going to pressure you, but I just want to ask if it's that powerful, why not use it for this?"
Everything has downsides, and use it for use it how? I mean, how is it going to help? I don't think it has that much power.
I mean, you know better than I do, but if it was mine, I would try it. That's all.
I'm so glad you thought of that, Matt, because I didn't think of it until right now.
Last session, I was like, "Wait a minute!" Like I messaged Sam, privately while that was going on. I said, "Look, I'm respecting him. I'm not trying to look, but I think with the robe and the fact that my passive perception is stupid high, I think I might see it regardless whether I want to or not, because I literally can't cover my eyes when I'm wearing that robe." And yeah, Sam told me about it. I'm like, okay, well.
So do we all know? Or does
No, I
Karu
don't.
still not know?
Karu does not know.
I am so bad at keeping secrets. I'm the worst.
And I'll leave Blacksley with I'll keep your secret, but don't let that go to waste. Is all I'll ask.
So the first bit of business is y'all need to level up.
Woohoo!
Oh,
That's 14. So.
You need to level up to 15.
level.
What?
Whoa!
Oh, I'm scared.
Ooh, that means we need 8th level spells, guys.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh boy.
That means I get something very interesting.
How do we get 8th level? I don't even have a 7. I'm at 6.
Yeah,
At 12?
13th, yeah. 13th to get 7th level and 15th to get 8th level.
Yeah. Because we're skipping 3 levels, that's why.
That's because you're skipping.
And yeah, we did accomplish a few things between last time. So
I mean, that's true.
okay, I got some hit points to roll. Hang on. 3, 7, and 3.
I will hopefully not roll shit on my HP. But I'll still continue being in the back of the party.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll take it. I got 2 6s and a 1.
Well, Well, the good news is if we're leveling up, then I can swap my spells, which means I can get sending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. The thing I get for a 14th level sorcerer, storm sorcerer, if I take melee damage, I can reaction deal lightning damage in return.
Nice. Which means it gives you a reason to get close to people in combat.
Okay.
And they get pushed the fuck away from me.
So,
So I have a quick question for Sam.
Yeah.
Technicality. Do you know yet if this takes more or less than 3 days? Because I get divine intervention back in 3 days.
So, well, that's what I was just going to say is you all end up doing all your sendings for 2 days. And because Hubertus, scribed you the scrolls for the Haka, and he can scribe more for other individuals who could cast the spell and whatnot.
Yeah.
After a couple of days, you're basically, there's enough people doing things that the word is getting out. But Delencia has a request. Or a question.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, do you want to come get Blacksley with her?
Wow. Just can't wait until after we deal with Laralac.
Or not. I mean, let's be fair, this might help weaken him. If not him, then Big Boss.
Yep.
And I kind of have a personal reason to go.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, we're obviously going. I was just wondering if we could push it back.
You don't have to. You can say, you can. It's you don't have to. It's your choice. You can say
that's a great idea.
We want to wait until we want to resolve the water issue first. You can say that. It's totally your choice. If you want to talk about it, that's fine. I mean, if you want to talk amongst yourselves and make that decision, you don't have to say yes to her. At this point, the four of you hold all the cards right now. You are the only ones that can activate the resolution of the contract. She can't do it. She can't force you. Nobody can cast a spell and read your mind and do it or anything like that. You are the only. So it's your choice how you want to do it. But she asks,
what happens if we're gone?
Say that again.
I'm worrying because if we're gone and Laralac shows up, there's a 5% chance that sending spell doesn't get to us, and everybody's in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's risk with every delay, right?
I mean, I assume that if one sending spell fails with something as important as they're coming.
I mean, you can have them send the message to Sabatine.
What difference? Well, the problem is if we're the only ones,
it has to reach us.
It has to reach us because even if we're in another plane, we can use.
Because you're going to activate it when they see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the big thing is we need to know when Laralac is spotted because either on the 7th day or when he shows up, we're pulling the plug. So the sending spell has to let us know, and then we basically count to 10 to give the Haka time to get back and pull the plug. We don't need to be on the material plane for that. We could be in the Soul Spire.
Right.
And I don't feel like we should be leaving Delencia alone with whatever the heck happens in the Soul Spire.
Correct.
So I say we should go. The question now is, do we go now? Because the thing is, if we wait till we pull the plug, we're going to be dealing with a possible army of undead. So maybe going there while everyone, the sending part is already done, and that only takes us 2-3 days maybe to organize. After that, it's out of our hands. So we could wait 3 days and then go with her, and then just they have to contact us. And if their first sending fails, then they just have to try again. It's a 5% failure.
Right. It's not like a humongous risk, but I still would feel better if we were here during that whole thing.
There's not much we can do besides pace back and forth and hope as many people as possible get saved. Which we can do at the Soul Spire too.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. But, like, we don't know that if the whole army is going to get sucked back into the Blue Plateau. Like, if there's still an army that remains and they attack the city, like, I don't know. I just feel like we should be there because I feel like this is kind of our fault.
Oh, this is totally our fault.
Way to put it bluntly. Okay. I don't know. I wish we could be in two places at the same time.
I could give you the next best thing.
What?
What's the next best thing?
Shift.
Is that like a gate? Kind of like gate.
It's kind of like, yeah, it's literally, you can teleport up to 8 willing creatures to a different plane of existence. You specify a target destination in general terms, such as the city of Brass on the elemental plane of fire, etc., and you appear in or near that location. But it's not specific. It's like, yeah, I can't say I want to appear in a specific room within, like that becomes our way to get back here really quickly if for whatever reason, the curiosity doesn't work or something like that. It's another emergency exit button. Yeah. And because honestly, I don't know what else to potentially take with a 7th level spell. And there's one spell. There's one spell, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get 1,500 gold worth of ruby dust to use it.
I think we're at the point where we can ask for that.
Yeah, we could. However, I will say if you do take plane shift, I also have what's it called? Board of Recall, which is basically another emergency exit. It's a 6th level, but if you take that, it frees up my 6th level, so I can use it for something else. I've been carrying it because I feel like we're in trouble. Or you can take something else because I have an emergency exit. At least one of us has one.
Okay. Does that take you from one plane to the other?
Yes. It's you and up to 5 willing creatures within 5 feet of you instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary, which is the sanctuary in the castle or I don't know if it's in the castle, but it's the designated for us sanctuary. And you appear in the nearest unoccupied space. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if plane shift is everybody has to be within 5 feet of me. I don't know if plane shift gives you the option of range, but
no, it's
okay.
Same thing. Literally, we all have to be holding hands.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
So it's same thing.
Okay. Well, one of us has that. If you take it, it'll free me up a slot. If you don't want it, I have it. So don't feel pressured to take it.
Okay. It is easier to get a component for that than it is the ruby dust.
That's fine. You can go fight a dragon and see if we can find some ruby dust.
Well, I mean, there's still potentially a dragon horde out there. That's
a dragon horde out there. Oh man, I don't know. So I guess we should probably resolve this question if we're going with Valencia and when.
I say we should go, and as soon as everything has been set into motion and we are no longer needed to be like on spot.
Okay.
Because we'd want to finish that whatever happens.
Yeah, that's the highest priority.
Before going back.
Yeah.
So Marcel, when the sending happens and you contact your people, they want to know if you want them to stay on the common plateau or try to go to the blue plateau.
Stay. It's safer. If anyone wants to go back to the blue plateau, we can arrange that later. There is no guarantee you will make the crossing alive.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Yes!
No!
I was like, I want more Marcel backstory. Give it to me.
Marcel hears that and is like, nope, nope, nope. And just like walks off.
New phone, who dis?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Bye.
Oh, that's hysterical. I love it.
Marcel still does not think that they should be the king of their people.
He could be right, but he hasn't gone back to resolve that question yet.
No, and he also realizes that it's because of the same reason. It's up to the people. He can't force them either.
I mean, Konos didn't want to lead the Haka, and they basically said, nope, you're it, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, he's only 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Marcel is used to a society of Haka that are basically just council of elders. And they're not an elder. I mean, sure, they've got some worldly knowledge now somehow.
I mean, you're probably a higher technical level than pretty much any other Lutrinian, right?
Yeah.
Possibly.
But that's a problem for future Marcel.
I see.
Yeah, but soon all these timelines are going to start converging.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Marcel is concerned, it's kind of going to be a bit of like the people choose. Like, if they choose them to rule, then I guess it's happening. But the important thing is Marcel doesn't want to impose and be like, hey, so apparently I'm from the royal line, so now I'm your king and you can't say anything. That's what Marcel wants to prevent from happening.
That's fair. That's fair.
So, like, if the majority say, no, we want you to be king, then it's like, I guess.
Yes, you can.
I'll try not to screw up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, first they have to survive whatever's coming up.
Okay, so any other questions before we end the session then? Everybody's going to go up to level 15.
Frick are we supposed to choose 2 spells? I guess we have, 2 weeks?
Oh yeah, we should do a schedule here.
Yeah.
Open up my calendar.
Oh, we don't have one already scheduled?
Yeah, we do. On the 17th of January. Okay. So we have 2 weeks to figure out what 2 spells I'm taking.
This is why I like being a cleric, because I'm looking at all my spells.
Yeah, I gain 2 levels. I get 2 spells. Sorcerers are very, very, very specialized. And so far, I seem to guess wrong at every point, because I think I've used maybe 3 spells. And so I might have to look at some more utility, though. What is it? Not Sunbeam. I was looking at Sunburst is a pretty tempting offer, considering we might be fighting shit that will not like taking 12d6 radiant damage.
I also have plane shift
Per turn.
Okay, so let's go ahead and sign off here. It's already almost 11:30, so we won't do a debrief. We will definitely.
We should, however, agree to do a debrief at the beginning of next session before we start.
we can do it at the
That's
end because
probably
I went back to releasing the episodes as like 2 or 3 hour episodes. So
Oh, okay.
it's fine if
Right,
we don't.
I will.
I already resolved all that and I said, screw it. I'm not going to worry about putting them into 1 hour.
I mean,
things.
people can pause it at
Yeah,
the 1 hour and then
right.
come back to it. I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly. So all right.
Spotify just keeps the place for you anyway.
That's right. That's true. Okay, well, then we will sign out. Thank you to our listeners, and thank you to our watchers. And I wonder what's going to happen next week. There's a giant undead army possibly swimming toward the group right now, and then there's this queen who wants them to go to a different plane they've never heard of or never seen, or I don't know, whatever. And so who knows? Where's Blacksley? What is Gaston doing?
Don't worry, it's not next week. Next week you have to deal with the flying castle.
Yeah.
Week
right.
after that, though.
Oh,
That sounds no less dangerous.
Worse.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Hey, Happy New Year.